Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Future Ready Navigating the New World of Work webinar marathon session. So, we're thrilled to have each and every one of you join us today as we embark on this very exciting journey of exploring the landscape of work and kind of equipping ourselves with the tools and knowledge that we need to stay ahead in this dynamic era. So throughout this webinar marathon session, we have lined up very impressive speakers who are going to share their insights, who are going to share their expertise and their valuable experiences that this new world of work has actually presented. So before I go ahead, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our director, Professor Abhinash Kumar. So with almost a span of 2 decades with Amity Online, Sir has been a driving force in online learning and ensuring that individuals like us are future ready. So that's how this webinar has come to shape today. So over to you, sir, for your words of welcome.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Please unmute, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koral. It's such a wonderful day today. What a lovely weather outside also. Though until yesterday we were very scared, but by the grace of God today, the water from the Delhi and NCR is now getting reduced, water level rather. Dear students, being a founder director of this program, I always love to interact with my students. And this is a very, very special occasion. And such occasions and such events you will keep on finding in future also. Dear student, it is not only the curriculum which matters for you. That's what our founder president always indicate in any of the event or in any of the function, in any of the gathering. We have also learned from them the curriculum which matters, of course, because you have adopted a program, you have taken a decision to go for some professional program. And if you don't do this, if you don't complete this program, then it is probably not worth. So that is also important. But then it is the other factors, supporting factors, which matters a lot for giving you a proper and appropriate degree. And that is how we have decided that, many of you would have just finished your examination, which over on 10th of July. What we have decided that we'll go with the many student engagement activities. And I'm too happy to see that the large number of students have participated here. And their interest, and that too very early in the morning at 10 a.m. And not only from Delhi and NCR, but all across the world. Those who are just tuned and those who are not aware that the students in Amity Online are not only from Delhi NCR, not only from Delhi, not only from India, but across the world. We have a large number of students from the entire Asia continent, in Africa continent. We have a large number of students from the Middle East. We have large number of students from all continents of the world. So this is for your information, dear students. This is a wonderful concept that our faculty members have devised today. And today is a very special day. Today is we are marking the birthday of our founder chairman, Sri Ajit K. Chauhan ji. And we realized that what could be a better than this to initiate such programs. So we have multiple activities today. We have quiz competitions where it has been very, very interesting. Even though, you all are very used to, and you all are tuned to see KBC, Kaun Badega Crorepati, which is highly interesting. And every individual, they anticipate, oh, this would be the answer out of this 4. So similar activities and similar opportunities that we have incorporated for you, participate in maximum number. And it's a surprise also that the winner will get a prize also. A coupon worth cash, of course, cash coupon prize. Every winner will get first, second, third. Of course, we can't go beyond that. So you never know you are the topper. You never know that you are you secure the number one position. So with this thinking, you should move ahead. The second is poster making. Everybody is highly talented, and just to find the pool of highly talented people, we have launched this event, and it is not the end. If you perform something extraordinary out here, of course, there is also a cash award here, or the cash coupon award here also for you. If you perform here, then you will be highlighted through our website. You'll be given the opportunity in our universities, Amity Universities activities, Amity Global activities also. So these are the opportunity. Then we have the photography contest. It is an era of mobile, and people are probably forgetting that old days of the camera, but still a good photographer, they always trust and believe on the cameras. There are several versions of the cameras. Do that and participate in the numbers. Again, there is a prizes for the same. Then it's a very unique contest, and the theme for that photography is monsoon cloud, face moods, nature venture. So all these are the topics that has been given by our team. Then be a citizen journalist. This is something where my team will explain you that you have to go for record for a 60-second, maybe 1 minute video on any specific topic that you have to record and you have to speak on, and this will again come to the for the contest. Then we have pitch perfect. Participants will also have to create a 40-second and post their entries on the links here. So we will also decide that which one is the best. So these are the activities. This is probably the beginning, dear students. We promise you that there would be many such activities in future. For your information, from the second semester onwards, students, we are starting our classes from 24th of July. Second semester onwards, students, it means prior to July 2023 batch students, we are starting our classes from this. For the students enrolled for July 2023 onwards, July 23 batch onwards, we are starting the live classes from 18th of August. Dr. Koral, correct me if the dates are correct. So 18th of August, we are starting the live classes. There would be many such activities that you would get the opportunity to participate in. So dear students, motivate us to launch such programs in future. If you'll motivate, encourage us, then of course, we will go, my team, you see many faculties here. If everybody can kindly switch on your camera, you can see the faces of the faculty, how enthusiastic they are, how keen they are, how supportive they are, how lucky they are to meet all of you. And they are the juries also for certain events. They are doing it very religiously, and there would be no partiality, of course, I can assure you, being the director of this program. So with this, I don't want to take much of your time. We have to start all our activities. Thank you very much for coming all the way. Thank you very much for sparing your time, coming the morning at 10 a.m. Today. All the best to you all for future events. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Koral.
Ma'am, you are muted. Koral, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for those warm words of welcome. So dear participants at Amity Online, we've always strived to stay at the forefront of providing something that's very innovative and something that is future-ready learning solutions to all our students across the globe. So our aim always has been to empower professionals like you to kind of adapt and thrive and to make a very meaningful impact in this, work environment. So throughout this marathon session, we have curated a diverse range of topics with expert speakers. And of course, you're going to have very interactive discussions that will actually equip you with the necessary skills and the knowledge and the strategies that you need to navigate in this world of work. So that is why I would encourage all of you to actively engage, ask questions, and make the most of this incredible opportunity. So like they say, the future belongs to those who are prepared for it. So let's embrace this exciting journey together. And I'm confident by the end of the day, each of you is going to be one step closer to becoming future ready professionals. So thank you once again for joining us. And I wish you all a truly enriching and a very transformative experience throughout this webinar marathon session. So let's get ready to embark on this transformative journey together. So definitely our first session is going to start immediately. So sit back, relax, and get ready to learn, to engage, and thrive. So once again, a warm welcome to the Future Ready Navigating the New World of Work webinar marathon session. Over to you, Ghazal.
Thank you, ma'am. And good morning to all of you. And I welcome you to the Amity University online initiative of having this webinar marathon on Future Ready Navigating the New World of Work, which is a series of webinar and which will go from 10 to 4. So buckle up your belt to have this bombardment of good knowledge, which is very, very, interesting and very, very relevant to the context, because we are going into the technological era and all the technological thing created with human touch, right? So all these kind of things you will be having. To start with my webinar, I first share my screen with all of you. Maqsood-ji, I need to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Done, ma'am. Can please check now.
Okay. Thank you. So this is Future Ready Navigating the New World of Work. And today we'll be learned about how to prompt ChatGPT to create a free website. So basically, in this session, we'll be learning that how this AI can help us to create a website, and we'll be using a tool which will be free of cost. So what you will do in this, what digital tool we actually going to need is AI tool, that is ChatGPT, and for that you need to go to the URL chat.openai.com, right? And the website tool that we will be using to create this website is sitegoogle.com, right? So what are the simple things that you will be having, right? One simple thing you need to have is that you need just to have a Google ID. So with the help of Google account, you can access that ChatGPT and Google site as well. So let me share my screen with you again. So we'll go to ChatGPT. So you just need to go to that website. That's it, chatopenai.com. What you need to do when you start create any website, there are several questions that will come to your mind, that how we can start with that, and to that what will be the name for your website. Secondly, what are the steps that you need to create to open a website. So it is very important that you understand that what query you should give to ChatGPT, right? It is just this tactics which you learn, that what prompt. That's why we say we need to prompt ChatGPT. We need to give it a cue so that it can give you relevant answers and suggestions. So here we will write suggest some option. Suggest how to create website. So you will see that it will allow you to give you that what steps you will need to have. So first you need to define your website purpose and goal, choose website platform, register a domain name, set a hosting platform, right? So you can see how quickly it is giving you all these steps here, right? So two important steps are there, which you need to look into this. And this is like define website's purpose and goals. So before you set any website, it is very important that you decide for what purpose you are going to start a website. Suppose you want to, open a school and then you want to launch a website for that. You are starting any startup or business, for that you want to start a website. You can also have a portfolio websites, right? So where you can just, keep your credential, that what you are doing in your professional life. So it is like a website in a, it is like a CV in a form of websites. So another thing can be done with the help of websites also. You can have the blogging and all those things, right? You can have a YouTube channel links on that as well. So you need to understand that what is that basic purpose for which you want to create the website. Now, the second thing, which is very important, that you need to understand, register a domain name and, set up website hosting. So domain name and website hosting is like, suppose if you are starting a business in, physical form. So you want to open a retail house or a shop. For that, you want to have a, local physical place to start your business. In the similar manner, when you are starting this website, you are having a virtual location of your business or of your work, right? So as you are having a physical space, the plot, the area in physical system, in virtual system, you will have that hosting, right? So virtual space is known as hosting. And domain name is whatever name or identity you want to create for your physical platform. In the similar manner, in virtual terms, you will create a domain name for it, right? Like www.ghazal.com, right? www.ameti.com. So these are the domain name, right? And for these two things, usually, if we want to start a proper professional working, we need to buy these things, right? So we are not focusing on these things first, because we are into the learning phase. So first we will understand that how we can create this on a free modality, right? So that you can practice, you can, hit and trial on that. And when you feel that you are comfortable enough and you understand the working of a website, then you register your domain name and you can go for, hosting as well, right? Then you need a CMS, which is, content management system, that what different things you will be having. So for one of the most popular content management system is WordPress. Right now we are not dealing with that, right? But you need to understand that to arrange the content on your website, you need to have this WordPress, which is very professional, and you also have a free account also. You just go to wordpress.com, install it, and you can have some free working from that also, right? So this is how your ChatGPT works, right? So you can understand that what are the different things that can be there. Then again, you can, ask him that suggest, suppose I want to start a school. So suggest names for a school having a keyword learning. Suppose you want to, start a website for a school and you want to have this word learning in your website's name. So we can ask ChatGPT, can you suggest some name for it, right? So you can see Learning Haven Academy, Enlightening Learning, Knowledge Quest Academy, Learning Pace. So you can see that what names suits to you. Otherwise, you can go by yourself as well, right? So, and even for whatever, content management also. Suppose you want to go that I want to write something into the introduction page. So you can, ask ChatGPT, suggest content for introduction page for school website. So it will give you a glimpse that what you can, put into your website. So you need to understand one thing, that this is a suggestive platform. It's giving you suggestions. When you want to create a website, you need to be original in your content. So it is giving you a direction that what you can include while writing the introduction page. If you are just copying and pasting on your website, obviously when you will rank your page, in Google search or something, the originality issue will always come. First thing, the issue of flag can come. Secondly, if you are not original in giving the content on your website, it will have a bad impression on the viewers also, that if you cannot be original just in the content, how they are expecting that you can be original in your working as well. That's the marketing theme, that you need to, you have to be original and you have to be creative in whatever thing you want to present to your viewers. So, ChatGPT, for creating the content, it is a suggestive, suggestive in nature, that what you can include. So you can take direction from it, that what points you can include in your introduction, and then you can accordingly, what is as per your need, you can change the matter, right? Now we will switch to site Google, so that we can understand that how this free website can be created. So on Google search, you need to go to site google.com, right? So you can understand here. You just need to click on that, because you are because I am already, let me change this. Google Sites. So you have to go to Google Sites. Let me again go to it. Sites.google.com. You can give your password here, and then you can create your login or with the Google site, right? So you can see this is the page that you will have on site google.com, right? The first page that you are seeing, you will have, gallery, where you can see different kind of template. So this is the page. What are the different templates are available here? You can go with that, right? So my suggestion to you that you can also, create a new website altogether. But if you are a learner and you are just starting with how to create website, I suggest you take some template, right? So that you understand how this actually works. So we are taking this already built-in template, which is Saloon. So you can see that this is the look of this particular website. So I'll show you what are the different, how this dashboard actually works. So you see anything here, actually you can change, right? So you can have addition, added the things, enter the site name. Suppose you want to, is styling unique, right? You want to name this website like this, right? So this is the name. If you want to have some picture already with you, you can go and add logo here. You can, check it and upload or something like this. This is how, these are the already page there in this particular sample of the website that you are having: home, services, about, testimonial, contact, right? So suppose this is the first page and you do not like the caption here. You want to change it. You just need to go on that. Right? So you can, anytime, you can always change all those things, right? You can change the font, right? Font size, bold, italic, anything. And if for here also, if you want to create some link, you can insert the link here, right? If you want to altogether delete this, right? You do not want to have any caption here, you can delete from it as well, right? Now we can see that there is a picture, in the background. So if you want to change this, so these we are having an option here also, images. Let me scroll down and you can see you can upload, right? So you can, if there is something in your drive on your PC, you can select from there, right? Or you can have Google to give you some suggestion, right? So you can take any picture from here also. Suppose I choose this. Select. So this you can see it is changed now. But obviously it is not going with our theme, right? So whatever, go with your theme, what kind of matter you want to insert, what kind of website you want to create, what kind of product or services you want to add, right? Suppose if it is a platform website, so you can have your own picture here, right? Have a very professional picture here with a book or something like that. It will be very good to have here, right? Then you can see because it's a saloon, so they have already given you some portions of things like, right, schedule a call, right, to make a services, right, full of experience. So already there are pictures, and if you have curated some picture of yours, right, you have already done some kind of work, so you can always put in these pictures and always change all those things, right? So there is all the thing that you can change here, right? If you want to insert some, you want to write something, you can use this text box. You want to upload separate images into any of the, format, you can do that, right? So, and these are the different format, which you can see that how you can have a look on your website. So I'll go here. Right? And suppose you want to have something like this, right? So this is one event that you added to your website where you can pick a picture, upload, you can upload something from your desktop or drive, or you can select any images from the website, or you can select images from imagesgoogle.com. There are a lot of free, pictures available there. Here you can click and write whatever matter you want to write, right? Collapsible is that, when you see there is any website and the picture moves, one picture comes, then another picture comes, so that is collapsible, right? So you can have here from here also, right? So these are the different, format where you can have this, 3 picture and text is already there in this particular website. I can show you that this event is something like this, 3 pictures, and you can increase it also, right? So this is the dashboard of site Google, right? Other things that you can, you want to add in your website, you can use social links like, a YouTube channel, or you want to your social media handles, you can add links through this, right? Then you can add calendar as well. You can have a separate event and add your YouTube channel link or something like that. Or for that matter, any video you want to, add any video from YouTube, which is giving you some kind of styling tips. So you can add it here. You can add a calendar, you can add a map, you can add a doc for lead formation or something like that, right? You want to add some slides, so PowerPoint presentation, you can have all those in this, right? So now coming to the settings, I want to, there is one thing which is known as in brand image, it is favicon. You can see on the screen that there is a Outlook mail of mine, or you can see that styling unique option is open, and there is one picture created along with that, right? So that particular picture which is there with your address, address bar, that is known as favicon. So you can always create that. I have already, you can go to creating a favicon website and you can create that, right? So there are a lot of free website available to create this favicon. I have created one. Upload. I will be taking from my desktop. This is there. Okay. I have added this. So when I will publish it, that unique icon will be there, right? So this is what you can do from setting. And if you want to show, if you want to see that how this particular website will look on the dashboard, you are having this preview page. So go to the preview and you can see the website will look like this. So anything which is, you are watching on this page right now, you can add it anything. You can change the font style, you can change the matter, you can change the picture, you can add YouTube link, you can add a video, you can add more images, anything that you want. Already all are there into the site Google website dashboard, and you can change all those things, right? So we can again go to the editing page now, right? So we have seen how to add this favicon also. So it is also there. Now you have this option of, this is the option of publish. So publish is when you create this website and you want to put it, to host it, right? Not on professional basis, but you want to that site Google will host it. So you will go to the publish, right? So this is, it will ask you for the web address, what web address you want to have for your website. So suppose I am, taking this styling unique. So, and what will be the address? It will be site.google.ametionline, because I am, creating with this, with ametionline.com. And under that, it will be styling unique. If you are using through your Gmail ID, it will be like Gmail ID and then your website's name, right? Then publish. So this is how you can publish, and you can, you can have any change on whatever pages you want to have, like you want to change this, you don't want to have services here, you want to have first about, so you can change that things, right? On every pages you can change all this. Testimonials, when you are giving your services, it's important that what other people are saying something, what are the credential, or you have created some important client of yours are there, so you can add all those things here in your testimonials. And it is suggested that always go, if you are providing any kind of services, you go to the services, go to the testimonial and put those things. So now we can see in publish that is something, let me check, there's some problem with the publishing. So maybe editor will review it, and after after 10-15 minutes you can actually see and publish. You can see that your page website is working. Let me check it by copy it. Saves are still going on. Let me again publish it. So maybe we have not too much of changes, that's why it's not coming. You can see view the publishing sites. Now you can see. You see the address is coming, right? Sites google.com, mit.com, styling unique. So this is how when your website is published. You can also see that that Fabicon is also coming, that I had added, right? So this is how your published website would look like. Right now, there is one thing that you can always see, that if we are getting all the things on the free platform, what is the need to go and buy those things, right? The free platform is actually created by Google so that you can understand and create and have your practice around that, how this actually Google Worlds works with, right? So before you are actually going on, suppose if you are thinking to start some kind of business, so before going directly going to a host services, that putting your money and making a website, it is always suggested that before going that, you have a free website option where you create all this, right? You can check that how many pages are working, what kind number of pages you will need, right? What is your total website space that you need, how Fabicon is working, how this particular website word is, are you having unique word or not, right? So you can you can create and you can experiment here around. Why it is not, why you can have another question, that why we cannot go all the time with the free website? Because when you start your advertising or marketing, right? So you can see site.google.com, right? All the advertising will go to the site google.com, right? So whatever likes or whatever impression that will be created, that you are creating for your styling unique website, actually it will go to the root website, right? So you will not have the benefit of having online advertisement or internet advertisement when you are having adopted website that we have created with sitegoogle.com. So when you start your advertising and when you want to see that how impressions and leads are working on your websites, then you need to run, and then you need to have a proper hosting and domain name, and then you need to buy those things. But before that, have your creativity and check out that whether this thing can work with you or not. This is how you will do on sitegoogle.com, right? How ChatGPT is useful in that, I have already shown you that you can always prompt, you can ask and give a hint that on what factors or matter it can suggest you something. So you can always go that what are the different pages that you need to include in your website. Suppose I again open the ChatGPT and I ask, suggest the pages for a saloon website, right? We have seen a one sample from sitegoogle.com, and now we can see that what are suggestions are coming from the ChatGPT. So you can see quite many things are similar as what SiteGoogle is already giving you, but ChatGPT allow you to give you other things as well. So here you can see, you can have this home page as we are having in our website, then about us, services, styling team, you are having some, known name with your organization. So you can add those names also. Gallery and portfolio is there, testimonials is there. You can again add one page, which is, dedicated for the pricing and all those things. Then booking online, or we actually have created that simple tag on the front page, give us a call for booking, or you can have a separate page to have a booking or online appointment. Then there are special offers or promotion, because India is is a country where every time we are having some festival and some occasions, so you can always promote these things and have special prices and offers going on with that, right? So you can add that particular page, right? Then contact us. Obviously, for every website, it is important that you create these things, right? Contact page information where people can come back to you and see, right? So here also you can add a contact page, which is actually giving you a lead information also. Suppose somebody is like that only, just happen to go and see that is there any website available for saloon services and like that. So at the contact page, you leave a Google form there, you create a Google form there and ask there whatever your query is, and you can ask their phone number, or you can ask their email ID or something like that. And then, use these phone numbers or email IDs for the links, for the leads. So you can call back them and ask them for what purpose you have, inquired, or if you are having any answer for their query, ask them and give customized services. So that way this Google and internet work all together, that this particular platform of having a website, all the advanced advertisement and marketing things are actually linked with the website. So even if you are going with any of the Google services like Google Analytics, or you want to have some lead generation pages on social media pages as well, so you will have this with the help of only when you are having a website. So create a website so that you can have that particular URL with you, and you can add as an advertisement and marketing tool in your other services, right? So this is why it is important that you ultimately you can start your presence with the blogging. Even this website can be used as a blogging. You take front page and attach something on that which you are interested. If suppose you are a traveling blogger, So you can have pictures, you can have description where you go and see in any particular places. So you can blog also on this particular websites. So this is how you can create it on a no cost platform. And when you are acquainted with all the events and services that sites Google can provide you, then you can properly host or take a proper name from a professional services, and then you can start your particular advertisement and marketing services. And at Amity University Online, we are having so many courses related with that. So you can always go and check out that how to do your advanced marketing and advertisement. So you can use that platform also. So this is all from my side, and thank you all of you. Happy learning. You are having a lot of webinars today. So have a lot of learning. Thank you all.
So thank you so much, Ghazal ma'am. So continuing in this session, the next webinar, the next session is all about your positivity. So here we are in the future ready navigating the new world of work. So in this new world of work, we are seeing that there is a challenge which is being with us every day. Every day we are dealing with negativity. Every day, even in personal lives, because we cannot separate these two lives. Professional, personal, all goes hand in hand. Even for students, maintaining a positive attitude has become a challenge. So let's just see that how unleashing your positive attitude, how maintaining that positive attitude can help you lead to a successful lives. So just give me a moment. Let me share my screen. So what do we mean by attitude? I would like to know. So do we all understand what is attitude? Attitude is something that how we are going to deal with any situation. What is our outlook to any situation? Okay, so to start with, we would try to understand the positivity first. So we are going to explore the fundamental aspects of positivity and its significance in our lives. We are going to delve into the research backed benefits of a positive mindset and understand the link between positivity and personal success. Now, we would also learn how to overcome negativity bias through embracing positive thinking. I always feel that negativity is a kind of loop that you get into. So to break that loop, you need positivity. And sometimes that positivity comes from within, but sometimes it comes from outside sources. So first of all, we will start with understanding the power of positivity so that we would start working on it from day one, that is today. So what is definition of positive attitude? A positive attitude refers to optimistic and constructive mindset that focuses on possibilities, solutions, and opportunities. It involves approaching situation with open mind. So think out of the box. Don't just think that the particular given situation has only one solution. And do not focus only on problem. Always focus on the solution. Problem is something that is already there. You cannot do something in order not to have problems at all. You cannot avoid the uncertainty. Uncertainty shall always be there, but you need to focus on the solution. You need to focus on the resilience, a resilient structure within you, a resilient structure within your organization. If you create as a leader, will lead to problem solving strategy. There would also be an inclination towards finding good even in challenging circumstances. So, a positive attitude enables individuals to maintain a hopeful outlook and respond to life's ups and downs with grace. So, ups and downs would come in your life. Who doesn't face them? Whether you are super rich or you are mediocre, you are going to face them anyways. But keeping a positive attitude throughout those situations will help you have a good aura of yourself at the end of that situation. Okay, so having a positive attitude is quite significant because it influences various aspects of our lives, including our emotions, relationships, health, and overall well being. So, you must be understanding that a positive attitude also leads to good health. You must have heard about this phrase at the time of COVID as well. So we have just dealt with pandemic, and we realized that governments and WHO all emphasized on positivity in life to understand that we need that positivity to stay fit. There was no solution of that problem. There was no cure of that problem, but all we needed was positivity and in that situation. How it was created, there were different activities carried out, and we do think that some of them were very weird that took place at national level, but at the end you can see the fraternity it created, that is the feeling of belongingness it created. It led to positivity, that we all are together in that particular situation. It was needed at this situation, at this time as well, when North India is dealing with floods. Can we avoid that flood? That is the problem. Flood is the problem. But we need solutions, and solutions can only be reached if we have positive attitude. If we would keep focusing upon the problem at this particular point of time, that why this problem has come, this problem should not have come, we would keep criticizing the government, we would keep criticizing global warming. It would not lead to any solution at this particular point of time. We need to have that positive attitude. I hope I have made my point clear. Now, we also see that it is research backed benefits of positive mindset. So research has proven that there is improved physical health if you have positive attitude, you have stronger immune system and faster recovery rates. Faster recovery rates is something which has been established through various researches. They also exhibit lower levels of inflammation and reduced risk of chronic diseases. So it's not something new. You must have heard many a times that people who go through hypertension, who go through heart diseases, they are always given this precaution that you should not take a lot of stress. You should maintain a healthy attitude at every single point so that you deal with all the situations without getting hypertension. Enhanced mental well-being. So positivity has been linked to improve mental health outcomes, including reduced symptoms of depression, anxiety, and stress. So who doesn't know that many students have done suicide in Kota? You are giving a lot of academic support to those students, but you are not giving mental support to those students to enhance their positive attitude. Whenever they face failure, they do not know what to do next. So when you have this hopelessness that what to do next, and you do not have positive attitude towards failure, your mental well-being starts reducing. It starts deteriorating, and depression comes in, anxiety comes in, and you come out to be a complete failure. So what, they didn't get into JEE or NEET. They had many other options in their life, but they ended their life because such kind of sessions or such kind of positivity is not inculcated in their life. So do not underestimate the power of such sessions in which you are being made understood that life is not just about few things. Your mental well-being is very important because you are yet to see the best days of your life ahead. Always remember this. You have not yet seen the best and happiest days of your life as of yet. You are yet to see them. Now, the most important thing nowadays that all teenagers, all Gen Z people, and everyone deals with. So that is having stable relationships, having better relationships, having relationships that would lead you to improvement in yourself. So a positive attitude fosters stronger and more fulfilling relationships. Positive individuals tend to be more empathetic, compassionate, and supportive, whereas an individual with negative attitude will deteriorate your life. So be very choosy in the attitude of a person. If their attitude would be negative, they will make your whole life negative. So before taking your decision, keep my words in your mind that you need to have that person in your life who is making it more positive with their attitude. So there is also a link between positivity and personal success. So we can understand this with all the points I have just told you. What is personal success? Personal success is me as an individual, how much productivity I'm giving, how much creativity do I have, what are my problem solving abilities, how I lead to better performance at workplace of anyone working as subordinate under me. So as a leader also, my success depends upon how much productivity I'm increasing, how much creativity I'm putting at my workplace, how much enhancement I'm doing. So that can only be done if I am positive. Okay, my attitude would decide if I am able to achieve all these things or not. Whereas if I would focus upon negative things only, and I would not focus upon this creativity, my team is not going to succeed. So positive people are more motivated, adaptable, perseverance is shown by these people, and ultimately increase their chances of career advancement. So, to all the future leaders, you need to understand that you need to have all these qualities in order to become a great leader. So, you can have these examples of all the leaders in your mind. Not every rich person is a great leader. Always remember that. You can have many examples in your mind. So not all rich people are great leaders, but a great leader would surely have these attitudes. Next is personal growth. So we need to grow at every single point of time, and we need to have self improvement and personal development. And that can happen only when you are taking your criticism positively. So a very important point is to take your criticism positively. Most of us, when deal with the criticism, we always leave that side of positivity. We it makes us feel that the other person is jealous of me. Other person doesn't want me to be successful. They are always pointing out mistakes in me. But it is written in Gita as well, in Bhagavad Gita as well, that your biggest friend is your enemy, is the person who criticizes you, because they tell you what are the problems in your behavior. So my friend is not my friend until and unless they are telling me what are my weak points. If they are only appreciating me, they are not my friends, and I need to choose them very carefully. So next we see overcoming negativity bias and embracing positive thinking. Negativity bias refers to our natural tendency to pay more attention to negative experiences, thoughts, or feedback compared to positive ones. So we always keep on looking at this example that if you have got a lot of beans with yourself, and if one bean is not fine, then would you not roast the coffee? You would still do that. So if few moments from your day are not good, why do you let them affect the rest of the moments of your life, of your day, for that matter? This is our negativity bias. We always focus upon things that are more negative. We let them affect the rest of our day. We let them affect the rest of our lives. And that is not something we do purposefully. Sometimes these situations create a trauma. That trauma lives with us for a very long time. But we need to break that trauma. We need to come out of that loop, because I always believe that I am my biggest helper. If I am not going to pull myself from those negative thoughts, no one else can. So it always come from within. No counselor, no psychiatrist could help you if you are not willing to help yourself, if you are not willing to leave that trauma aside and move forward in life. So always maintain an attitude that I am going to have a positive attitude. I am going to leave all those negativities behind in my life. So problems would still come, but you need to move on. So we need to have first thing, that is mindful awareness for that. That is, we should become aware of our negative thoughts. So as and when you recognize that this is the negative thought that is making me disturbed, that is reducing my productivity, you need to counter it. So the first step is recognizing it. Next step is cognitive restructuring. So you need to challenge negative thoughts and reframe them with positive alternatives. So I have seen many a times that many people, what they do is they try to find out positivity from very negative situations. We sometimes make fun of these people, but what they are doing is they are making things easier for themselves. So that cognitive restructuring is important, whether people consider you fool or nothing. But you need to make sure that your positivity is not hindered due to small situation, due to these negativities. So sometimes you will have to do it against will of others as well. Next, very good thing that you can do is gratitude practice. You need to cultivate a habit of gratitude. I'll talk about it in detail in next slides. And most importantly, what you should do is surround yourself with positivity. You could engage in such activity and spend time with people who radiate positivity. There is this word called vibe. It is used quite extensively nowadays. And you always say that I'm catching a positive vibe from this person or this place, and I'm not catching very positive vibe or negative vibes from certain people. So surround yourself with people who have got positive vibes and do visit those places which give you positive vibes. These places could be some religious places. For me, it is a religious place. For you, it could be some other place. But do not indulge in such places which are more negative. So it could depend upon your attitude, which place you consider negative. For me, a place in which there is very loud music, there is a lot of wrong things going on, I don't find that place positive, because they are trying to let me forget about everything. So I'm not here to forget about things. I'm here to look at life in a more positive manner. So a discotheque is not a place for me to indulge positivity in myself. Okay, so it could depend upon you as well. What you think? So this was about understanding the power of positivity. Next is cultivating a positive mindset. So first thing is recognizing and challenging negative self-talk. But what is cultivating a positive mindset? That means we are going to practice the strategies. Now, what all things I'm going to do to indulge myself in a positive mindset? We are going to explore and recognize challenges which we face by doing negative self-talk, the power of practicing gratitude, and art of reframing and challenging situations. All these we are going to see now. So first of all, what is negative self-talk? So whenever I'm telling myself, you are such a fool, how could you do this? No, you are not capable of doing this. You should not indulge yourself in all these, because you would not be able to face the consequences. There is one thing that I always tell myself: do not say wrong about the warrior within you, because it undermines its power. So whenever you say wrong about the warrior that is staying within you, you are undermining its power to deal with all the fights it has to in the outside world, maybe at the workplace, maybe in personal life, maybe in the mind itself. So 90% of the fights, where you do those fights? In your mind. So to fight them, you do not need to tell negative things to this warrior. My warrior should always have positive talk. So just imagine, if you are considering your mind as your child, would you say negative things to your child when it is going for a fight? No, you would always motivate them. Then why do you demotivate yourself? Right? So, negative self talk is the internal dialogue of self criticism, self doubt, self limiting beliefs. So, which is the most evident negative self talk we do to ourselves? When we look into the mirror, this is problem with your nose, there is some problem with your hair, today you are not looking very good, you must work upon your body structure, you must work upon your physique, your looks, your everything. So this is the problem that Gen Z is facing, but they are dealing with it beautifully. I must say that they are wearing every kind of cloth they feel is they it look good on them. So I love that confidence when I see in some students that they wear those clothes which the generation just before them was not ready to wear, because they were body shaming themselves. They were thinking that I would not look good in this. But Gen Z is more welcoming towards itself. They are less judgmental. So it goes to everyone that whichever generation you belong to, never judge people with a negative attitude. Because if you are going to judge other, you are going to judge yourself too. You are going to say this to yourself too. No, you are fat. No, you are quite slim. No, you do not look perfect. So perfection is nothing. Do not do that self-talk with yourself. So this is how make yourself aware that how I'm judging others with my negative talks, I'm doing similar things with myself. So if I'm not going to do those similar things with myself, I'm not going to do it with them as well. So we need to learn something from the new generation as well. Next is questioning and replacing. In limiting the negative self-talk, we need to question ourselves and challenge all the negative thoughts by questioning their validity. We need to back them with the proofs. So if I'm telling myself you do not look good, I need to remember the times when I get many compliments, the times when I looked very good. So I'm not going to pull up the same way every day consistently. So there might be some days where I'm not looking very good, and I need to accept it. We all need to accept it. So there is another example that if you catch yourself thinking, I always mess things up, you can replace it with, I'm capable of learning from my mistakes and improving. So let yourself have set those examples for yourself, which you can remember always in such negative situations. So we also talked about practicing gratitude, the art of appreciating the present. So it is sometimes confused with spiritualism. So it is about spiritualism. I won't say it is not concerned with it, but it is also concerned with your day-to-day mindfulness. You just dedicate few minutes every day, maybe not for praying, maybe not in front of your deity. You can give yourself some time every day by writing down few things that are very good in your life. When you look at people who do not have them, you should think that these are the things I'm born with. There was a elderly person. He one day told me that when you were born in a family that has got house, that has got good, given you good clothes, that has given you many good things that other people do not have. You are already lucky. You should not think that I might be unlucky, that is why I'm not getting selected for this interview. I might not be lucky, that's why I didn't get a very handsome person in my life. No, you need to think that when you are born with all these things, with all these blessings, then I am lucky already. We need to write down the things which are given to me. Maybe if you do not believe in God, you can think that nature has given them to you. I believe God has given them to me. So that is how I practice gratitude. When I fold my hands in front of God, I always thank them for giving me those things that many people are devoid of. So that is attitude journaling. Attitude journaling could be done by pen and paper, and you can do it in your mind as well. But that is to be done every day. Keep this in mind. Next is gratitude reflection. You can always reflect it on positive aspects of your day or week. The reflection helps reinforce the habit of noticing and appreciating your everyday life. So you must have seen two kind of people around yourself. One, okay, if you are in job, one, you can see people who are always complaining about the job, and very few people you will find who are talking about good aspects of that job. Now understand this thing, you are going to stay in this job. Now when you are going to stay in this job, how would it help you to criticize it on the daily basis? It will ultimately lead to a permanent negativity in your life. So focus on the good things. I'm not saying that do not bring about a change in your life. Do not so never accept wrongdoings from any situation, but do not let them build up in your heart, in your mind, and always think that there are some positivities also. That is why I'm staying here. Okay, so it's always about thinking in both the ways, that I need to bring about a change, but I need to focus upon good things as well. Now we also have seen about the power of reframing, finding the silver lining in challenging situations. So what is reframing? What is silver lining? Silver lining is any ray of hope. Okay, so finding the silver lining in challenging situation is all about looking at one ray of hope in the challenge. So you can see, you can do it by asking yourself in a particular situation, what I can learn from this, or how I can grow through the experience that I have just got. This is how you will teach your children as well, these two questions. This is how you will teach your subordinates as well, which are working under you if you are a leader. This is how you are going to teach your friends as well, that you must have learned something from this particular situation, and this is going to help you in rest of your life. So always ask yourself positive questions when you are in such situation. Next is growth mindset. Having a growth mindset always lead you to see that silver lining. So embrace your growth mindset, where you believe that challenges and failures are only stepping stone towards success. See, what is success? Success is like flying in air. You always have to fly. So is there anyone who can always fly? No, you have to land somewhere. So that success will land somewhere, but you do not need to have setback, and you need to give yourself only valuable feedback to give yourself a chance to improve yourself. Next is surrounding yourself with positive influences and support system like friends, family, and other people. You need to make yourself so positive that the family members or people around you would have a contiguous effect of that positivity. All the people you meet in your life should be able to understand that that positivity, that attitude to deal with situations, it is bought by you. But how you would do it? By doing it yourself, by practicing it yourself, by having positive relationships with others and limiting negative influences on yourself. You need to minimize exposure to negative news. See, I'm not saying that you become unaware of things happening around you, but you need to minimize your exposure because you need to lead a life as well. I did say that you need to be empathetic and compassionate, but you need to close your mind for excessive empathetic behavior. Sometimes we indulge ourselves in others' problem to such an extent that we leave our positivity. We do not even provide a solution to them. We are so much into negativity with that person that we are only increasing their negativity. This is the point where you need to break that circle, where you need to break that loop, that you are not indulging into their negativity, into their problem. You are pulling them out of that problem. Now, next is connected to this, that is developing resilience and bouncing back the setbacks. So resilience, what is it? Resilience is when you are able to stop things, when you are able to have such a strong structure in yourself, mental structure, that you are able to deal with them. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversities. It plays very crucial role in maintaining a positive mindset. So I always focus upon being resilient. I'm not going to reject myself. I'm not going to get into that situation in which it can break me. Okay. So first point, first thing that you can do in this is acceptance and adaptation. See, a change has happened at your workplace or in your family. If you would keep cribbing about that change, it is not going to change the situation, but it is going to affect your positivity. So accepting the change, accepting the situation that has already happened, you cannot change it. It will help you a lot. So you need to embrace the change and view it as opportunity for growth. Next most important thing you need to do is self-care. Take care of your physical and emotional well-being. So a healthy mind resides in healthy body. And similarly, that I started with this, that if you have healthy mindset, you will have healthy body. So both the things go hand in hand. So you need to work on your self-care things. So many a times we believe that putting on a nail paint or a makeup is not very important. Why you are doing all this? These are just small things that add to your mental health, that add to your confidence. You need to take care of all such things which can help you manage your stress. Many people go for shopping when they are managing their stress, right? So just write down in the chat box if you are dealing with stress with the help of shopping. I do. So whenever I'm stressed out, I just buy a few things. I go to these websites and I order something for myself, and it does help. So you need to see that what helps you. It doesn't have to distract you or the people around you. It just have to have a positive impact only. So do not indulge yourself in negative activities. You can only do things which are going to have positive impact in long run. That is self-care. Next is learning from setbacks. Always forgetting any setback is not important. You also need to learn what you did wrong over here, which got you into that situation. And if you work upon that thing, that how you got into that situation after it has happened, it will help you. So after these floods, if we would understand that what were things that led us to this situation, that is important. So not focusing upon those things right now, but later on we must. So next we see that nurturing a positive attitude in daily life. So how do we do it? We need to explore practical ways to nurture positive attitude in our daily lives. So we are going to see that how optimism is going to help in this, self-compassion, self-care, and mindfulness, and other such things. So we need to see that embracing optimism. Optimism, what is it? Optimism is seeing the positive things, positive options that are available to it. available to the particular situation. So optimism is the belief that positive outcomes are possible even in challenging situations. Embracing optimism can significantly contribute to positive attitude. But try to be mindful about your optimism. Sometimes people are in such situations that they only need to be heard. When you are being over optimistic in such situations, then it might hurt them as well. So practice optimism with a lot of mindfulness. Like for example, the situation that we are seeing right now, the flood situation in North India. We cannot be very optimistic to a person who has lost his home in those floods. You can only be empathetic to such person. So always be mindful, understand that what a person is going through, then show your optimism, which is very necessary. So how you would be optimistic? You need to do positive self-talk first and focus on solutions of a particular problem. Next is practicing self-compassion and self-care. So compassion not only for others, compassion for yourself is also important. You have to be kind on yourself. If you have made some mistake, you have to be kind on yourself. This must have been taught to students who were dealing with stress on daily basis when they were staying in Kota. It was not taught to them that you need to be kind on yourself. They were taught that you need to go through extreme studies, you need to sit for very long hours. These challenges are faced by other students which are of more age as well. Like those who are preparing for different competitive examination, they are also seen that they are not kind on themselves. It might happen in your life as well that you will deal with situations which need a lot of output from yourself. Still, you may not win those situations. So here you need to understand that kindness on yourself is the first step towards kindness. Okay, so charity begins at home and kindness begins with yourself. So you need to understand, you need to accept. It plays a crucial role in nurturing a positive attitude. So prioritize yourself in every situation, whichever activity you engage in. Promote your well-being first. So I'm not teaching you to just be selfish. I'm teaching you to be kind to yourself. There is very fine line among these two things. A selfish person is the one who takes care of their interest, keeping on stake other people's interest. Okay, but prioritizing yourself means you are not putting any harm on your well-being for making other person pleased. All right. So next is mindfulness and living in the present moment. So it is always said you live only once, or YOLO. Okay. So in that situation, we need to understand that this is that moment that I was calling future at certain point of time. And if I'm not living it right now, then I'm not going to live my future as well. Right? So this is the particular situation, I'm living it, and I need to understand that I have to make the best out of it. I need to accept it open-heartedly. So let go of other distractions, those negativities, and focus on the great things that are happening in present. Now, this particular point is my favorite: setting realistic goals and celebrating achievements. Have those goals in your mind which are realistic in nature. Have SMART goals for yourself. Like, be specific in your goal. Keep a goal that is measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. These are called SMART goals. And celebrate your milestones. So how you can celebrate milestones? Break your big goal into smaller goals that you need to achieve on daily or weekly basis. So this is very good for students, those who are preparing for entrance exams as well, for them also, and for other individuals as well. For example, if you are going through a weight loss journey, you need not to have a complete goal of reducing 15 kgs in 3 months. You can have a goal of losing some 750 grams in a week. You will celebrate it. You will have more positivity with yourself, and it will lead you to give better performance. Similar thing goes with students as well. So if they are achieving their small goals on weekly or daily basis, they will be able to achieve more in the long run. Now, next is spreading positivity to others. It is a ripple effect or dominion effect, whatever you may call it. So if you are kind, if you are positive to yourself, you will communicate positivity. You will have positivity communicated like a communicable disease to others. And you will hear this from others at certain point of time that this is the person who has brought this positivity in my life. So it will start from within. So we have seen this in COVID times as well, that people who were suffering from COVID, their family members were initially told that they should be completely secluding this kind of person. They need to be in a room separated from themselves. But it was also taught that the patient, the person, need to have practicing all such things which would inculcate positivity in themselves, which would help them deal with this particular situation. So their family members need to video call them again and again, need to FaceTime them, need to talk to them again and again. So they were told that you should not leave this person completely, because you have many sources of communication nowadays. So do not abandon that person. They just need to be physically separated from yourself, because positivity coming from all the sides will help this person heal easily. Okay, so that is how it will have ripple effect. Other example is, if you do not have good mood in the morning, and while your child was getting ready, or you just got into your school or college, and you hit the first person with negative talk, okay, with some anger or agony, it will spoil their day, and that person will keep on spoiling others days, and that is how it will have a ripple effect. One person in your family may be in bad mood in the morning, and it will spoil entire family's mood till evening. So we need to cut off that negativity. We might have heard many a times that parents bring in the negativity from their workplace to their families, to their home, and have that impact on their families. Can you understand how the mind of your spouse, of your kids, of your parents can get engaged in negativity and a lot of problems, only because you were bringing that negativity from your workplace? Leave that negativity where it was created. Don't even take it to the next day at work as well. Leave it to that day only. So next we see over here, overcoming obstacles and maintaining positivity. So dealing with the criticism and negative feedback, I have already told you tips and tricks to this, that if you are dealing with your criticism positively, only then you are going to improve in your life. Managing stress and adversity with a positive attitude. Whenever you deal with your stress with positivity, only then you are going to come out, or else you will always need a person which is going to take you out of that stress. That might be a counselor, that might be a psychiatrist, that might be any person who is earning only because you are stressful. So mental health need to be given priority, and dealing with stress has only one solution, that is positive attitude. Overcoming self-doubt and cultivating self-belief. As I have told you, doing positive talks with yourself will lead to a positive self-belief as well. So there are certain strategies to stay positive. So what could be those strategies? That is gratitude practice, as I already told you, focusing on solutions, seeking inspirational content. So there are many people I have seen that they seek some inspirational content that is available online. There are many podcasts, there are many people who are engaged in spreading positivity online as well. So my favorite one is Jay Shetty. So he's spreading positivity a lot via different podcast, Instagram, and many accounts. You can follow such accounts. Do not just follow fashion and other social media influencers. Always follow such people who are giving positivity in your life. That single quote in the morning, that single life story in the morning, which is taught in 5 minutes, could have a very positive impact in rest of your day. So do tell me which positive influencer you are following, which is the person which you feel is bringing positivity in your life. You must see their comments. People are telling them that your positive talks has helped me pull out of the negativity of my life. You have saved my life. You have let me handle my situations, and did not lead me to suicide. Even they help people from not committing suicide as well. So just understand the kind of impact they might have on yourself, right? Sadhguru is there, and there are many other people there who are working on this. So last but not the least is positive affirmations. Use positive affirmations, have that positivity manifested in your daily life. Only then you will be able to have a positive result. Okay. So always remember that maintaining this type of attitude is challenging and requires practice and resilience on daily basis to have good results. So next we see what we are going to do to have a good future and a positivity in our future as well. First is reflecting on personal strength and values. So how do you do that? First, by doing self-assessments, understanding what are the things required by me, what I am lacking as compared to other successful people around me, what are the skills that I need and the qualities I need to build in myself. That may be punctuality, that may be honesty, that may be any other thing. Okay. Next is core values. If your core values are made in such a way, if you have inculcated them in yourself in such a way that they are going to help not only you but others as well, like you may have a core value of that you stick to your principle. You have integrity. Your core value could be integrity. It could be kindness. So I'm not saying integrity to be kept on the upper platform or kindness to be kept on the other upper platform. You can have any of those core values, and you may give importance to any of these according to yourself. But stick to your values. Do not leave your values in small situations, in situations which changes people constantly. Only then you will be able to stay happy. For example, you have become a government employee. You were given bribe, and your core value was honesty. But the bribe was so big that you were not able to avoid it. For the rest of your life, you are going to have that burden on yourself because you compromised with your core value for that small situation, for that small challenge. I do understand that weight of the situation decides your honesty, but it would have impact on your life for a very long time, and maybe for the lifetime as well. Next, what you can do, identify areas of improvement and growth. So as I said, you need to have a self-reflection. You need to have people around you that are telling you that where you need to improve yourself. So you can also undergo professional methods to have feedback for yourself. There are many questionnaires designed online that would help you to have self-reflections, to give you feedback that where you need to change, bring about a change in yourself. So if you recognize a need to improve your communication skills, you can set goal to actively listen, practice effective communication techniques, and seek opportunities to engage in meaningful conversations with others. So you have found out your problem and you are working on it on daily basis. This is the most positive thing you can do with yourself. Next is setting SMART goals, as I told you already. Now in little bit detail, that you need to be specific with your goals, what you want to achieve. It has to be measurable. That means you need to check that how much is to be achieved. You need to check your progress. You need to measure that how much progress you have made. That is why we are focusing more on quantitative data. Okay. Next is to check its achievability. You need to be realistic. You need to understand that if that goal is achievable by me or not, given the circumstances. Okay, so nothing is impossible, but circumstances are there, right? You have to be relevant. You need to align your goals with your values, strength, and aspirations. Then only you need to have that particular goal. So keeping a goal like I need to study Python, whereas I'm teaching management, it is not relevant to my goal. It is not relevant to my life. So check the relevancy of that goal. Next, it has to be time bound. That means I need to achieve this goal in given particular time. So a SMART goal, for an example, could be within next 3 months, I will dedicate 30 minutes each day to practice mindfulness meditation to enhance my mental well-being and cultivate a positive mindset. So you see, all the things that are required in SMART goal setting are there in this particular statement. This goes for personal goal setting, for professional goal setting, for your organization's goal setting, for everything. Next, we see creating a support network and accountability system. So you need to identify supportive individuals and accountability partners. What does that mean? Find an accountability partner or join a group with similar goals. Share your progress with them. Bring about challenges from them, and share success with each other, providing support and holding each other accountable. So when you are surrounded with such kind of people, you always get those results. So it is always said that if you are hanging out with 3 millionaires, you are going to be the fourth one. Okay, and if you are hanging out with 3 losers, you are going to be the fourth one. So choose that wisely. So you can always have small group or join check in, share experiences, and offer encouragement and support. Do not behold yourself in saying good things to these people. Okay. Next is committing to daily practices that reinforce positivity. So consistency is the key. You need to do these things daily. Gratitude practice, positive affirmations, mindfulness, and meditation, and on top of it, your physical exercise. Until and unless you are not moving yourself, you are not doing those 10-minute walks, you are not doing exercising on daily basis, you are not taking care of the body, which is like a temple, then you are definitely not going to lead in your future, because this is your body that is going to stay with you through the rest of your life. Every other relation will fade away with time. Every other relation will leave you. So why not to take care of it at the priority? So by implementing these strategies and creating an action plan for positive future, you can align goals and daily practices with positive mindset. So here, I would just like to say that bringing in all these is not just theoretical. It is to be done in practice. So let's just see a small example from real life context. So I'm going to compare 2 different people. I'm going to compare Lisa and Mark. Both are having different challenges and they are dealing with them with different attitude. So Lisa faced a personal challenge when she was diagnosed with a chronic illness. You might also be knowing some person who was diagnosed with chronic illness, might be. God forbid, no one should be dealing with it. But if somebody does, so Lisa is one of them. So despite the initial shock, Lisa chose to maintain positive attitude. She viewed the situation as an opportunity for personal growth and self-reflection. Lisa focused on finding ways to manage her condition effectively. including adopting a healthy lifestyle, seeking support from loved ones, and exploring alternative treatments. She remained optimistic about her future, setting small achievable goals and celebrating every milestone. So, this positive attitude of Lisa helped her maintain a sense of control over her life. Can you name a celebrity that has done the similar thing in their lives? They were also faced with such situation in their life, but their positivity has helped them to get back on their career track. I remember one name. Who doesn't know about Yuvraj Singh? We all know about Yuvraj Singh's condition, and we have seen him dealing with it. We have seen Sonali Bendre dealing with it. We have seen other such celebrities who have done this very positively. So they have shown, I don't remember name of Ayushman Khurrana's wife. She was also diagnosed with cancer. And the way she gives those speeches when she fought with it and she had to cut her hair, but she had brought positivity in everything. Similar situation is with Lisa over here. Lisa later on became an advocate for her condition, used her experience to raise awareness and support others facing similar challenges. So that is what done by these celebrities as I've just quoted. Now we would see a negative person, that is Mark. Mark has faced a career setback in his life. Mark experienced significant setback. We have seen recently there were layoffs done by many companies, and there were these big companies that were never expected to give such kind of treatment to their employees. But suddenly their working was stopped, their laptop stopped working, and they were not able to understand what is happening with them. But at the similar point, we saw that social media was flooded with positivity as well. Such people said thanks to their organization for giving them all that it has given them. So Mark also went through similar situation. So instead of approaching the situation with positive attitude, he resentful. He blamed others for misfortune, constantly dwelled on negativities. He adopted the defeatist mindset, believed that finding a new job would be impossible for him in the current job market because layoffs are being done. His negative attitude affected his motivation and energy levels as well, as it may do for anyone, making it very difficult for him to actively search for new opportunities. Mark's negativity also strained his personal relationships as well. You must have heard about such examples that people who were laid off ultimately had that impact on their personal relationships as well, basically with their spouse. So, as he often vented his frustration and pushed away the support system from himself, it happened with it. Ultimately, his negative attitude prolonged his job search and hindered his ability to bounce back from that setback. So, this was the attitude, these two attitudes which were shown by these two people. And it made them quite miserable if they would not maintain a positive attitude. So this was all from my side. This was all I had to say about in this particular session. So I opened your mind and gave you a positivity towards life. So let me check few questions. So there are some situations like when thinking positive or negative, but even in there is a third thing, which is unexpected. The unexpected result does come. So Shane has raised this question that how do you maintain positivity that when the things are unexpected? So unexpected things only took place at the time of COVID as well. Okay, so at the time of COVID also you saw that there was very uncertain situation, unexpected situation, but you had to deal with it very positively. Okay. So you need to understand that whatever situation comes, my positivity should be able to overcome that situation. So negativities would always be there. Uncertainty would always be there. Do not have attitude of uncertainty avoidance. Okay. So there are many things that we need to understand, and thank you so much for being with me. Thank you so much for being active participants. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Jasbir for the next session, and please welcome her and have such inputs from her which would help you to have a positive future. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Neha, ma'am. Thank you so much. Welcome, students. Welcome to this series of webinar. And after Neha ma'am's session of positive thinking and positive attitude, which must be very interesting, and you must have received a lot of insights from the session. Let's begin with the another webinar, that is social construction of reality. As we often talk and we often discuss about what is all around us, what is real around us, right? And how do we perceive things? How do we see things? So it's not a very big concept or something I'm going to discuss with you all. It is a very common everyday's reality, which we'll discuss today. And we'll see that how these realities are socially perceived, or how is the sociology see these social constructions, right? So let's begin this webinar on social construction of reality. I'm Dr. Jasbir Kaur, an associate professor. Let's begin. And I'll just share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Is it visible?
Yes, Jasbir, it is visible.
So let's begin with simple understanding. That is, what do we mean by reality? Or what do we mean by what is real around us? Or when we see and try to understand what is the concept, there are a lot of things around us. There are a lot of structures around us. And when we try to understand these realities, we need to understand what is the concept of these realities. So let's understand that. So what do we mean by concept here? I just want to start with that and just a little brief you on that. What is the concept? Concept is a logical, anything which is grammatically structured, and the way you see things, that is within an individual mind, right? So a concept is a logical and a grammatical structure within an individual mind, which is comprised of collection of definitions, which when put together form a conceptual basis. Like anything we know and we understand around us is all a concept of our minds, the way we see things, the way we perceive things. And for this, I'll take a very simple example, or I would say, let's say that this chair where I'm sitting, a concept of chair which exists in our mind is almost every one is familiar with, and is a concept of every human mind. And obviously there are positive definitions also you have of this, and the negative definitions also of this. I assume that, So positive definition is what? This chair where I'm sitting is used purposefully to sit, right? And it has a 4 legs and obviously a backrest. And it is made of a specific material. It can be a wood, it can be metal, it can be anything. But a negative definition is what? That anything where you can sit is not a chair, right? You can sit on a rock also, you can sit on a table also, you can sit on a bed also, but that is not a chair. So the concept of chair is in your mind, which has a backrest and has a comfortable seat. If there are a number of people or more than one person can sit, that is not a chair. That then you call it a bench, right? Or maybe a backrest sofa or something like that, right? So anyways, my apologies now here to give you a very mundane example, but I'm just trying to get at every concept which is existing in mind of every human. So this is the definition which points out that what it is and what it is not, or what it isn't, right? So this is another concept. So the concept, this concept which exists in the mind of an individual forms a small part of basis of a reality for that individual, right? So this is what the individual reality we can say. Reality consists of what we perceive. So we perceive everything through our senses, through our brains, and through our minds, right? And moving ahead with this, now we have understood what is reality in a sense that a kind of a different concepts what we have in our mind. Now moving ahead to our topic, that is how these realities are socially constructed. So social construction again is a different concept, and a social construct is a concept that exists on an objective reality. What is with us? What is around us? What do we see? For an example, I'm here in the webinar. I am talking to you all. I'm giving a session to you all. What if I was not informed about it? Or what if you were not informed about it? So obviously, whenever a session, whenever a lecture, we take it for granted that obviously there is a kind of a familiarity, or we can say that we human take everything for granted in our everyday life. And based on that, we build our realities, right? And this is the objective reality. That is obviously, there has to be a communication of the specific thing. And then only we are here and we are communicating to each other. So this is again a construction of reality in our own ways. And also as a result of human interaction. That is what? Between or among us. That is the way we communicate, the way we interact, and through the interaction, we create our social construct, we create our social realities. And humans have the habit of taking the social construction of their time as obvious and default, which is very true that obviously the person who's born in the 80s must have the understanding of their time, of their system, the way the education system works, the way the fashion was taken, the type of style people have, the languages people speak, they find it appropriate at that time. And the people of nowadays, 21st century, might not relate with that, So we have the habit of taking the social construction of our times as obvious and default, right? So now from here, I wanted to take you to the social construction of reality, to one of the most interesting book, that is The Social Construction of Reality by Peter Berger and Thomas Lippmann. That is one of my favorite books. And here I'm going to give you a small review of the book through this session, where you will also find it very interesting. And I'm really looking forward that you also must read it and have an experience of understanding the social reality from your view, right? I'll just brief you about this book a little. That is what this book suggests or what this book covers. It's a knowledge management system of organization. And this also, it describes the sociology of knowledge theory by describing as how we in society create and maintain reality, right? How do we see reality around us? How do we create reality of us? And I'm sure that you really like the book when you go through it, when you read it, because I just love reading this book, because this book has a great implication of knowledge for management system of organization, as it describes about the sociology of knowledge theory by describing as how we in a society create and maintain reality. That is, and to brief you more about it, this book has been divided into 3 parts. That is the foundation of knowledge in everyday life, the society as an objective reality that we'll be discussing now in the session, and society as a subjective reality. But before we move into the book, I just wanted to give you a brief about the sociologists, that is Berger and the Lukeman. That is, they are one of the eminent sociologists, and they have written in this book of their time, what is their experiences of the society they have mentioned in the book. As about the Peter Berger, that is, he's one of the Australian-born American sociologists and a Protestant theologian, I would say. And he's known for one of his work, that is a sociology of knowledge and a sociology of religion, which is there in many books also. But one of the main and a remarkable contribution in sociology is this book, that is, he has co-authored this book with the Thomas Lukeman, that is Social Construction of Reality, a treatise in the sociology of knowledge. And another author, that is the co-author, is the Thomas Lukeman. He is also an American Austrian sociologist of German, is primarily of Germany. His contribution have been central to research in the sociology of communication, that is the sociology of knowledge, and the sociology of religion also. So, and there are many books he has written. Out of that, his best known titles are, one of this book, that is The Construction of Real Society, that is a treatise on the sociology of knowledge, written with Peter Berger. So let's discuss what we have in this book here. I would take you to the few lines of the authors, that is the sociologists they themselves has written, that is, as sociologists, we take the reality of everyday life as the object of our analysis. Within the frame of reference of sociology as an empirical science, it is possible to take this reality as given. Yes, to take as a data particular phenomena arising within it without furthering inquiry about the foundation of this reality, which is a philosophical task. That is, everyday life is the objective reality around us, because we, human beings, take everything for granted, because without doing that, you cannot function in the society. You have to take things granted, which is very obvious. Since I'm here in the session, obviously it is very obvious that the communication has been done to me prior to this session. And obviously, you are also taking it granted that obviously if any such talk or session happens in a future also, or maybe in a coming weeks also, you must be informed prior to that. So that is, we human being every time take everyday's life for granted, and that is how the society function. That is how the society work. Otherwise, there would be no functioning possible. So this is how we create the social reality around us. And this construction of social reality is how we are creating the reality around us, through the communication, through the language, through the everyday's interaction, because without this is not possible, right? Without the communication or without the information, this is not possible. We have to have the communication, we have to have the interaction, and that is what. To understand it more, as there are so many social constructions around us, we know there is a construction of family, there is a construction of gender, and there are many things. For an example, take the construction of gender. Gender is a social construct. But how gender is a social construct? That is, we know that how the gender is perceived in today's time is completely different from how gender is perceived 50 years ago. People believed that men and women had specific gender roles determined by their biological characteristics. Women are more into the family side, nurturing, so they are best suited as a mothers, wives who stayed at home to raise their children, you know, and men are into the outside world, more suited for the outside world, as in men are more aggressive, less nurturing, best suited to go out to work and provide for the family. That is what the 50 years ago perception or a construct. Now the social construct of gender here, what do we mean by? Something which is socially accepted or which is accepted by majority. So if gender is only social construct, it means that men and women act differently only because society has dictated their roles to them, you know, that what you have to do and what you do not have to do. So they have learned how they should behave, what they should sound like, or what they should do, or what they shouldn't do. So this is how the construction is here in the society. And this is how we see everything around us. For an example, you have enrolled in the university, but you have enrolled in the school. What do you know about the school? For an objective perception of yours, that is, school or a college is an objective reality. It was there, even if you were not there in the school or that university. It was an objective reality. It was there, established before you also. So there are some certain rules and regulations in the society which are there, which are very much there, and which are around us, right? Moving ahead on this concept to understand more, that is, this book, as I have said, is talking about and is divided into 3 parts. That is the foundation of knowledge in us everyday life. As we are discussing, that is, what is the knowledge of everyday life? This is the knowledge of everyday life. What do you know about everyday task? What do you know about everyday action? What do you know about everyday reality, right? What is the objective reality and what is the subjective reality? How do you see it, right? So I'll be discussing this, and some part would be also discussed and talked about in this session by Dr. Sukanya later on. And to give you the process of, or we talk more about the process of construction of social reality, that is the social construction of reality, and what is the process of it? How do we do it? How do we construct the reality around us, right? So according to Berger and Luckman, the externalization of social reality is something which is there in the environment. It is there outside the world. That is the construction, or I would say in the external environment. Externalization is, you can say, is a process, which means that what is communicated to the outside world, communicated as in terms of anything, in terms of the gender, in terms of the racism, you can say, in terms of anything. So some, for an example, some people, if they have a good designation, if they have a fair skin, if they have a good facial features, they have a good hair, they feel superior, you know. So these feelings of superiority started to gain hype for them, to gain momentum in some cultures or in some societies, where individuals are created these social constructions, and they are actually practicing these social constructions and these behavior. And how do they practice these behavior? Through the language, through the communication, through the social construction, right? So this is also the externalization of reality. And this superiority is based on the outward physical feature, which became a social fact in the society, right? So who has done that? It is we who have done that, nobody else, right? And how do we see this external world of us? What do we see in this world? There are a lot of objective realities, and objective realities are the standards which we have fixed and describes as one of the measurable, or the acceptance in the society. For an example, of physical laws is objective. If you want, you can avoid them. But obviously, they are there in the society and it will be there. And when we look at the subjective realities is what you believe, right? As some people believe that subjective reality, or might some people do not believe that, but it is there. For an example, some people are very motivated, very encouraging, very inspiring. So they have a belief, they have a faith in themselves, and they use it, right? And they can even influence the people. For an example, political parties, political views. For an example, you can even say a very lame, or I would say very common example, this glass is half full and this glass is half empty. This is my belief. You know, some people have useful beliefs about something, others have limiting beliefs about the same things. So this is the subjective reality. Again, we construct these realities. Now, what is the intersubjective realities, which is internalization of social reality? That is objective and subjective, and intersubjective is something which is there within us. For an example, I'm talking to my friend. I'm having a conversation with my friend, a close friend of mine, and we are having a coffee together. We are having a very close, intimate conversation. I could read his or her expressions. I could read her body language. I could understand. We are smiling. Anybody else also can understand that they both are very familiar, very known to each other by our gestures, by the way we are interacting to each other, by our behavior. Even if we do not communicate, we can understand a lot due to the familiarity, what I know, what context I know about my friend. So even if she doesn't talk, she doesn't speak, I know about the way she's having the eye contact with me, the way she's smiling. You know, if my friend is feeling low, I could read that from the face. So these are internalization of social reality that is intersubjective. We both are familiar to each other behavior. We know what other person is feeling. I know what other person is trying to say, right? And it describes things which are existing around us everywhere. It describes things that exist because we kind of collectively believe that they exist. For an example, it can be a money, it can be a religion which is there. This is also intersubjectivity, right? Because we know it's a money is what? A piece of paper, but we know we can sense the utility, we can understand the utility, we know the significance, and that is why we value it. And religion is also, that is, it's there. My belief system is different from the other person's religion or other person's belief system, but it is there. It is intersubjective. That is, and it's also different that how these different types of realities have their own advantages in our life. We have our, all these realities have their different advantages also. And we need to understand that the very first things of these type of realities are mutually exclusive, right? And that is why even if you do not follow the rules, which is a part of the objective reality, if you do not follow the rules, if you break the rules, you tend to face the punishment. That is, if you break the rules, traffic rules, obviously you have to pay the fine. This is the objective reality. It is there. Even if you avoid it, it is there, right? So we, in a way, have many things around us which is common. It is something objective. You know, it can't be changed, and it is wasted effort to even try for it. So those who do not quickly discover that it's an objective reality, you cannot avoid it. If you avoid it, you have to face the consequences. And about this, something that is subjective, it's obviously, it is there. It is advantageous to take your limiting beliefs, to replace them with inspiring others, inspiring group, inspiring a people. That is what. So intersubjectivity or intersubjective reality is where things get interesting. That is, and there are many examples around us. That is a common, very common is the way we are confident, the way we are motivated. It is obviously, it's always more advantageous and beneficial to believe in yourself and your motivations. Right? So I hope you like this session till now. That is social construction of reality. Just a moment. I just wanted to take, if you have any questions. Okay. So I hope you find this session interesting till here, and further from here. The next or the further parts of the construction of social reality is discussed by Dr. Sukanya. I have Dr. Sukanya with us.
Hi, Jaspreet, am I audible to you people?
Yeah, you are audible. So the further, Dr. Sukanya will take over the session. Thank you, students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaspreet. Thank you very much. We can take a while. I assume the board is now clear and I'm visible to all of you. This is Dr. Sukanya, and I'm also from Sociology Department. And we are both focusing on the same topic. And let me begin like this. Of course, Dr. Jaspreet has created a fascinating account of description on the area of social construction of reality. Let me and it was quite information loaded session and theory or oriented session. Let me take you people to another approach. We are trying what we are trying to convey to you people here. It's talking on reality. We are talking on reality. Now, do not give me this idea, oh ma'am, we are not connected with the reality. We are all connected with the reality, and we are all connected with live. This session is going live on YouTube. I think everyone is acquainted with this idea, right? So live session, real life session, and reality shows would be the best idea, would be the best example we can talk about. Reality shows, why reality shows are so happening, why reality shows are taking place so much. Of course, being an Indian audience and on the TV screen, you are not unacquainted with the reality show, right? I'm taking it for granted. I'm not asking you people about the reality show. I'm taking it for granted that all of us know about the reality show. What is the significance of the reality show? We all are glued with the reality show? No, it is not true, because a huge population has now gone to the OTT platform. So, but reality show, do you, if you mind to cater your memories, reality show has dominated a very decade of time, more than a decade of time. And why is it so? Because our inclination toward reality. Of course, now you people, the OTT generation people, know that reality shows are not real. Our reality shows are not even live. Live shows are not even live. Even if it is, forget about YouTube live shows, even if it is the live cricket match, a live World Cup football match, it is not live in that sense. The way technology commence, the way technology claims, we are not on reality. That is a different issue. What we are here trying to discuss with you people, what we are here trying to promote the idea with you people, that we are trying to say that real is unreal. Now, I take all the pause from your side. Some people would find it funny that how real can be unreal. Some people will find it really out of the mind. Okay, these people are talking something out of the box. It can make someone upset or angry. I don't mind to harm any such idea. I don't mind. I won't intend to hurt you people. with this idea when I'm claiming this is not our claiming, this is not personal claiming, this is a theoretical task, and this is a sociological understanding or sociological imagination per se, that it is claiming the real is not real. That does not make sense that no real exists. There is a difference between the claim that real is not real and the other portion is there is no reality. All right, there is reality, but the real, what we are living in, is not the entire whole reality we are living. Why is it so? I'm not going to take you to the, let me get my presentation here. And do let me know if it is visible to all of the people. I think it is visible because it is about technology. And we should take few of the things for granted. And we should not ask every time, am I visible? Am I audible? Am I presentable or something like that? We are exchanging some of the mindsets, some of the ideas that talk. And of course, it is running live. A lot of people, a lot of audiences are asking whether they can get the recorded versions. Definitely, this version is getting recorded, so we'll have it in the archive. If people wanted to have it for your references, you can get it later on. Now we are talking on the social reality, but that is not the that is not the central idea. The central idea is the construction of the social reality. Now, Dr. Jasbir has explained to you people how the reality is getting constructed. I would be focusing on much other part that you people are facing those constructed reality. First, a very new movie coming up with Alia Bhatt, and she is looking very stunning on the screen. But that is projected reality. That is called hyper projection of the reality. No matter how much I go through the same kind of observation, same kind of experience, I will never look like Alia Bhatt on the screen. But what is the take from this aspect? What is the take of the Bollywood films that we should be looking like the central character in the film? This is the projected reality. All right, this is the constructed reality. This is one part of constructed reality where consumerism is also connected, where consumerism is also associated. We need to rescue ourselves from. But other reality, there are palette of realities. You people know there are ranges of reality. This is one reality I'm talking about the Bollywood, and the Bollywood is not only the criticized entity here, institution here. Hollywood is also there. Hollywood is the big brother of the Bollywood, and we have other film production organization, culturally identified, organizationally identified, and financially identified as well. So international, regional, many. All right, but that is only one side. Let me bring you to other part. My whole agenda, if you focus on my whole agenda, you'll find I'll be talking on the concept. I'll be talking on right now I'm talking on the contextualization, and definitely I'll give you a focus on objective and subjectivity. Now, objectivity and subjectivity of the reality through all these explanations, all these examples only, because I believe in learning with the unlearning system. Sociology, I find sociology my best companion only because of this reason, that it is teaching me the reality while it is teaching me the unreal. It is teaching me, it is helping me to learn, and it is helping me to unlearn. So it is not a one-way process that you are only successing on the top of your career. No, it is not like that. There can be multiple directions. There can be other aspects than the success path. There can be a path for happiness. There can be a path for the emancipation also. So coming back to our areas where we are talking about that, I was talking about the reality, how it is been produced by the film industry or by the media industry. It is way different in our other part. If we talk about our social system, let me tell you people, that our social system roughly is of three kind. Roughly is of three kind. Tribal social system, rural social system, and industrial social system. Now, last one is the buzzing part of our discussion. Why it is the buzzing part? Because this industrial social system is actually overlapping both rural and tribal one. Tribal people are present in the urban areas. Industry means urban areas, right? Rural people are also present in the urban areas, and urban people are present in the urban areas. Now you have the three nexus, three different kind of nexus into one place. We as an urban people, we are not urban people only. We are mixed of all of them. And there's the complexity begins. There's the complex part is getting unfolded to us. And that is only why people are thinking so much sitting in the laboratory and the library, and the think tank are getting, incubator is getting at the place, and research centers are growing. Why we are spending so much of time in making you people to understand what is real and what is unreal? This is the reason, because the urban setup of the social system is complex system, and many times we get lost. Very simple example, I'm telling you right now, that from the second lecture you were taking from Neha ma'am on the development of the personality, related to personality development, that people tend to do suicide. Do you people know that the existence of the suicide is actually an urban affair? You will not find any such of things in the tribal system. It does not exist, right? Another thing, unemployment does not exist in the tribal system. How funny the system is. Illiteracy does not exist in the tribal system. If you're a member of a tribal group, you are the member. You do not need to be a graduate, right? In terms of getting your job, you will learn the hunting system, you learn the gathering system, and you're the member of the tribal family. But yes, you people can question me that, ma'am, we are not living in the tribal setup, and we are not even aspired in living in the tribal setup. That is not the case. The case is that when we are coming to the urban setup, we are all mixed. That is the blurry. That is why this particular situation, it's getting blurry all the time with the real and the unreal, and something called extra real that is existing beyond the reality. Now that will take us to a lot of area of philosophical idea. I'm not going to take you there, people, but let me take you to this area where we are considering the concept of the reality in the material sense and concept of the unreal again in the material sense. What is happening? Another example, apart from the entertainment industry, I'm giving you people, we are on the area of, if we consider this particular agenda called population, everybody is quite vocal, quite with some opinion that yes, India is one of the greater population, right? India does have a lot of problems, a lot of issues regarding population, right? I would say that all the online and offline listeners or the muters all will agree to this idea that yes, India does have a lot of issues with the population aspects, and we are tagged as the biggest populous, one of the biggest populous country in the India. And sometimes we are being ashamed, like we would be crossing China very soon, and we would be, why it is ashamed? Have you ever thought of why we are tagging negatively, why there is a sense of mockery when we are the largest one? Why? Who has chosen this parameter? If we grown largest in the population, it is not something very good. This is how the This is what the construction is all about. It is constructed. When some country is growing highest in terms of development, it is tagged as, oh wow, most developed country on the earth. Why it is developed country? Because it has the biggest amount of the production system in its own country. So at the same point of time, that biggest production system of the whole world is creating biggest pollution. But it is not being tagged, it is not been mocked. But when it is about biggest amount, biggest population in the world, it has been mocked. It has been negative aspects. So one big is good, another big is bad. This is construction. Again, I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about the construction only, not about the reality. This is about the construction. This is not unreal that India is one of the most populous country in the whole world. This is not unreal. But what is the construction is given on this reality is different, does not have the same parameter. All right. So this is how first of all, we need to understand the politics of the social construction of the reality. And second, later on only we can get into the area of the construction of the reality. So far, what I have told you people that I was taking all of it, the essence of it from Dr. Jasbir's idea. And that is why I paused on this particular slide to best the respect. Now, coming to the area of the reality, coming to the area of the construction of the reality, let us contextualize the whole matter in two terms. One is the material aspect and one is the non-material aspect. Material aspect is what is we can understand in terms of quantification, in terms of calculation, in terms of number, in terms of possession, and so on. All right. So this is one aspect of the reality, and the other aspect of the reality is non-material, or belief system, or value system, or ethical practices. Those are the non-material aspects. So when we are coming to the social construction of the reality, we need to check on both. What is actually that society is going through the construction of reality? What kind of reality is being created into this particular country? Let us take the country, because social construction of reality is very much apt with the political identity. And we are Indian by political identity. Let me tell you people, another unreal fact that many times we claim ourselves, we are in Indian culture. Wonderful, that is constructed unreal aspect. We cannot be member of Indian culture. There's nothing called one single culture in India, and the cultures within India, you people from the school, you've been taught that it is a place of diversity, diversified culture. Then how come we can call ourselves one Indian culture or Indian cuisine? Those are very, very funny aspects, but they are popularly practiced, and through popular practice, they are trying to be tried. Not wise people will take as Indian cuisine or Indian dress or Indian language. It does not exist, because Indian culture, one culture, an Indian aspect, will not be only different from the other culture from the same country, but sometimes it is opposing to each other. It is not only different. It is not a unity between diversity. It is unity between, it is a good unity between conflict. It is good, strong unity between opposition. We do have the notion of the tolerance as well. That is why it is all happening. That is why it is all running. So yes, we do not have anything Indian culture, but one thing we have Indian, that is our country, our political identity. All right. So when we are taking the reality, social reality as a construct, we are actually catering our thinking. We are actually concerned of the country's identity, because social reality creates the identity. What kind of social reality we are living in is creating our identity, and collectively all our identities are creating my country's identity. Whether India belong to an educated community, It is one identity. Whether India is an industrialized country, it is identity. Whether India is an agricultural country, it is identity. But agriculture is not political identity. Agriculture is one social aspect. Education is one social aspect. Industry is one socio-economic aspect, right? Now, together, all these things are giving the political identity that the construction of the social reality is required. What sort of identity we are going to the world? We are going because it is time of social media. It is the era of social. It is not only time. It is the age of social media. It is age of fast communication. It is not only communication. We are not only communicating. Our communication is the fastest from any other past life, right? 2014 onwards, we do not wait for a call to be received. 2014, why I am giving it 2014, because 2014 is connected with the network society, the concept of the network society. So you can take 2010, I won't mind. You can take 2015, I won't either mind. But 2010 onwards, say for 2010 onwards, we are not waiting for any postcard to receive us, right? We are not waiting for a telegram to be sent. It is on-time communication. We are not waiting for someone to receive the money I have sent for days. We don't do that, right? So this is not about communication in our network society, in our right now kind of a society. If someone asks you what kind of society you people are living in, your answer would be, it is a network society. It is no more a modern society, no more an industrial society. All those been are past now. Why is it so? Because we are not communicating on these. The main content of our communication is now fastness. We do not wait for long. And I would really, really appreciate those people, 175 people who are waiting in this webinar house for hours, which is quite opposite to the OTT culture, that the whole generation, who cannot take a YouTube video more than 8 minutes. If they're staying in this particular discussion session, already an appreciation certificate should be circulated through these people. Now, this is the reality. This is the construction of the reality, and this is the reality we are experimenting with. And let me tell you, people, yes, we are experimenting. Why? Because we are creating it. And how we are creating? We are creating through these ideas, the creation of the knowledge, the creation of the semantic fields, through the language, through the social everyday reality. Dr. Jasbir has explained how social reality is taking place. Let me give you a little more added focus to it. Social reality is that particular reality where how it has been created. It has been created through communication only. Communication is now the unit of our social system. Earlier, we people have been taught that family is the unit of the social system. Now it is being subsided by the concept of the communication, because no, not the whole population of the world is not living within the family system, because the Western world has moved towards the broken family system and later on single staying family system, in more so aspects that family is not being considered as the first base unit. Of course, it is still applicable in Indian context, not in Indian society or Indian culture, but Indian context, yes, it can be applicable, but in separate societies, it is no more applicable. So what they're doing, they are taking the communication term, that without communication, we cannot have the society inbuilt. Now, that particular area is coming that through the communication, we are practicing some of the very tiny parts, very micro element repeatedly. How is it so? I'm giving you one example. I call my mother every day, every time, every hour. Every time I am looking for her, I'm using a single word for her, a single kind of a word for her sometimes, because when I'm pleased with her cooking, I am using different terms. When I'm angry with my mother, I'm using little bit different terms. So but I'm using almost the same word. And with this repetition, we take some of its part into our mind. Remember, reality, construction of social reality, the reality we are talking about, this is all in our mind. That is the context. If you people are acquainted with that movie called Matrix, it took an attack on the concept that everything we are experiencing in our environment, it is on our mind, and that way we can calculate our mind, because psychology claims that they can calculate every emotion, every mind game. So if we take the help of the psychology, if we can calculate and we can manipulate, that is, oh my God, that is a dangerous part. We should not be thinking of it, but yes, it can be done. Similar way, the few other films tried to work on that part, that dream within the dream and crime within the crime sort of aspects are focusing on the same part. But we are in our real world, it is not a Hollywood world. In our real world, what we are doing, we are taking this repetitive task as real. We are taking this repetitive task as real. So within this reality, what we are doing, we are declining the extra reality. We are rejecting the other part of the reality. That is the issue. That is the problem. That is the fixation of our mind, which is not very allowed in the social system we are living. Remember, I have told you people where we are living, that is the urban setup. And urban setup is the mixture of the whole thing, where the urban setup is actually not allowing us to have the fixation of the mind. It is making us change for so many things. Take it for migration. It is very, very, very less amount of people who are not touched by the migration. We change our place because of our study, we change our place because of our job, we change our place because of marriage, we change our place because of taking a career aspects of in our lifetime. We change our place even after retirement. Come on. So migration is allowing us not to fix our mind. That is the urban life. That is the urban life. That is the network life. And network life is even giving us the further thrust not to get into this kind of fixation of the mind, because I am taking the Korean series, eating Mexican food, and wearing Western wears. Where is the fixation? So this is how the content of the social reality is getting many-fold in many layers, what we need to understand rather than getting dominated by this. And this is why in most of the cases, you'll find that most of your teachers are not as, teachers are not as, the environment environmentally suited as the canteen people, right? Teachers are not as environmentally suited as the soccer ground people. The crowd in the teacher's room is different than the crowd in the soccer ground or the canteen or outside the university maybe. So this is the part of objective reality. What we talk about, objective realities can be understood, can be quantified through the calculation, through the number game. That how many times I'm calling my mother in a day, safer. How many hours I am tagged with my mobile phone. How many hours I am using my Twitter. These are the areas where we are connected with the objective aspects. Apart from this entire part, we are also connected with the subjective world. Now, subjective world is only part of the sociology. If you people are not connected with sociology, you do not need to get integrated with the subjective part, but sociology is connected with the living people. And so thus you people are also connected. subjective part is not the quantifiable aspects, but it's as the part of internalization. Remember, Dr. Jasbir has given us the focus on the internalization, and internalization is actually the central aspects of the subjective reality, that what we believe. If I believe that all the if I believe that what is actually happening in Manipur, I'm coming to a very, very sensitive issue right now. It is a very violent happenings are taking place in Manipur, in the region of Manipur. What is my opinion about Manipur is the subjective part, and how I'm creating this opinion through the consumption of the media platform. All right. Right now, also media, if in terms of media platform, we can take the opportunity to talk about Delhi waterlogging. We are all suffering from this waterlogging in Delhi very recently for the monsoon coverage. And it is happening on almost after 45 years in Delhi. So, you know, even people are living inside Delhi region or sometimes outside Delhi region, they are all consuming part of the news coverage, all consuming part of information, but how we are consuming this part and how we are expressing the other than that is the aspects of the subjective reality. So I am not taking subjective reality into detail because it does have a lot of philosophical orientation, which we do not wish to cover in these aspects. Let me tell you people what I wish you people to do, that since we are promoting this idea that most of the reality is constructed, let me tell you people, do construct your own reality. Try it. You people, we can construct our reality, and we can construct a good and bright reality of our own. It can be on the academic field, it can be on the medical field, it can be on the judicial field, it can be everywhere on earth. All right. And if you people are connected online, if you people are connected offline, anyway, people are working a lot of on the blogging, people are working a lot of on the researching, people are working a lot of on the writing part or researching or developing. Do create your own reality. That is all we wanted to pursue to all our listeners. Thank you. I would like to ask the organizers for the next speaker. I do lost the trail of the list of the noting.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the session of AI and emerging technologies, the growing impact and challenges and the responsibilities. So, when we talk about the growing and emerging technologies nowadays, some few of the technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, and cloud computing, blockchains are coming to the picture. So everywhere it is being used. Either you are traveling somewhere, you are doing social networking, any kind of activity you are doing, either in your daily life, on the internet. At the same time, we are using, and it is having an impact in our lives everywhere, right? So we'll start with the artificial intelligence. So what is the artificial intelligence, first of all? So artificial intelligence is the branch of the computer science, as we all know, and it is with the simulation of the intelligent behavior of the computer. Artificial intelligence is something, when we talk about the human intelligence, human is so intelligent and we just want to make our machine in the way the human is intelligent. So AI is the field of study, how to make the computer to do things at the moment, how the people react, how they calculate the things, how they behave. So AI is something that is studied and design of the artificial intelligence, where the intelligent agents is a system that perceive its environment and take action. So you can see the picture. This is the father of the artificial intelligence, John McCarthy. He said that artificial intelligence is actually a science and an engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs in 1956. And nowadays, when we are into the 2023, we are in the era of the human computer interface. We are just developing the human intelligence, and we are developing cobots, which are basically the collaborative intelligence, and they are made for the collaborative task, and it is being used majorly into the healthcare agencies, into the manufacturing agencies, and they are the specific kind of robots which are being used, and they are acting as a human. So when we talk about the artificial intelligence, majorly 3 kinds of artificial techniques are being used. When we use artificial intelligence, the search, the use of knowledge and abstract. Three important artificial techniques in which the first is search. That is a way to provide a way to solving problems in which no direct approach is available. It is also provide a framework into which any direct technique that are available can be embedded. The use of knowledge, it's provide a way of solving complex by exploiting the structure of the object, separating important features and variants from the many unimportant ones that would otherwise be overwhelmed by any process. So when we talk about the artificial intelligence is the ability of any machine, to replicate like a human. So that is basically to enhance human intellect, and such as the reasoning and the learning from the experience. So artificial intelligence has been used as a computer program for years, and now it is applied to many other products and services. For example, you can say like digital camera, and that can determine other objects are present into a, as an image using artificial and including smart electric grids, and also the AI techniques used from the so many mathematics like probability theory, economics, and algorithm that designed to solve the practical problems. The AI fields also draws upon the like computer science, mathematics, psychology, and linguistics. So computer science provides the tool for designing and building algorithm, while mathematics offers the tool for modeling and solving the resulting optimization problem. So although the concept of AI is being used around since 19th century, as I say that the John McCarthy's time, when the Alan Turing was firstly proposed the imitation game that accessed the machine intelligence. So it only became feasible to achieve in recent decades due to the increased availability of the computing power and the data to train AI systems. So to understand the idea behind artificial intelligence, you need to think about what distinguishes the human intelligence from that other creature. So our ability to learn from the experience and apply these lessons to new situations, we can do this because of our advanced brain power. So we have more neurons than any animal species. So we want to develop these things into the machines, that is called the artificial intelligence. So like today's computer doesn't match the human biological neural network, not even close, but they have one significant advantage over us. What is that? That is the ability to analyze the vast amount of data and experience much faster than the human can ever hope, right? We can recall, we can remember, we can forget, but that is not with the machines. So in that case, so So all AI is basically, it's let you focus about the, more critical task, and that makes better decisions to be based on the, you are having that kind of acquired data related to the use cases, as like you are using Chat GPT nowadays. So you are just getting something that is basically what kind of questions you are asking, and you are getting the answers on the basis of that kind of data you are having into that. So when we talk about the artificial intelligence, we are having three kinds of tasks majorly. We define all the tasks into three parts, that is the mundane task, formal task, and expert task. So mundane task is generally the kind of task which are not the too much, the beginner level task, that is, you can say the kind of common sensing. So in which you can make the machine can make the perception, machine can have the natural language processing, that common sense reasoning, planning, and robot control, in which like perception you can have the computer vision or the speech or recognition, voice recognition. Similarly, you can have the NLP, that is understanding, language generation, language translation, like Alexa you are having nowadays, the common sense reasoning, the planning, and robot control. So many, the devices you are having, the gadgets nowadays, Siri, Alexa, and also the Google Assistant. These all are the examples of the mundane task. Now onwards, the formal task, you are having some kind of specific, or you can say that is more precise, that is like games, mathematics, and theorem proving, that is kind of a machine learning specialized algorithm you can go for. So games, you are having so many games like Go, chess, checker, and so many other games also, like the Pokemon Go, or some that games based on the augmented reality or the virtual reality. So many games are there. Similarly, the mathematics task based on the geometry, logical reasoning, integration, differentiation, the vast area of the mathematics problems or the complex task you can solve with the help of AI. And similarly, as the complex theorem proving, which helps the machine models, the machine learning in a way such they can solve the problems in a better way, and they can forecast better. Now third part is that which comes under the engineering. Engineering is something which is more technical and more precise in terms of design, fault finding, manufacturing, monitoring, when you are innovative something, when you are designing something, when you are testing something, in that kind of task, that these are the expert tasks which can be handled through the AI. Similarly, the scientific analysis, the financial analysis, the medical analysis, as we all know that the business analytics, data analytics is being done with the help of data science and AI. So these all the task which comes into the under the AI. Now, when we talk about the evolution of the AI, which we can see that the history. So in 1950, actually, the Turing test was done by the computer scientist Alan Turing, and he proposed, a test of the Turing machine that is based for the machine intelligence, and that can trick the human into thinking is a human, and it has the intelligence. That was the starting point of the artificial intelligence. And then in 1951, 1961, these are actually the benchmark for the artificial intelligence, when we are just the AI is evolving. And then after comes to 2013, we are having AlphaGo, the Google AI. And then now in 2021, 22, 23, we are having more towards the AI, and we are having some advanced smart devices, smart gadgets, and the whole development, the co-development of AI is being done after 2017. So you can see here that 1950, the Turing test was done. Then 1955, the AI born as, he termed the artificial intelligence also. And then the stepwise, it is being, developed. Right. So when we talk about the major application areas of the artificial intelligence, so you can see here, generally, like everybody is using Google, Gmail, or any other mail facility. So you are having the different categories through the neural network, the email spam filter into the Gmail, and these kinds of so many categorization as being done into your mailbox. So that is also a example of the same. Now that is the natural language processing. And once the image processing, so many tasks, even though in the MIT campus you see that there's a machine which scan your face, and you get the attendance on basis of that on the daily basis. So that is something image processing, right? So it can, through this you can match the images, you can store the images, you can recognize the images. And basically image processing is something which is the face detection into the camera, which is also a part of deep learning. Deep learning is something which is the, when we are giving some intelligence to the machine in a way that a machine can think like a human. So when we are giving a machine a human kind of intelligence, or we are training that model into that way, that is a part of deep learning. Right. Similarly, into the voice technology, into the virtual assistant, everybody is using virtual assistant either in your phone or in your devices like Alexa or other Bluetooth devices. So many the AI assistants are there, the chatbots are there. So this speech recognition and voice technology is being developed with the help of that. Also the data mining. When we talk about the data mining is something when you are extracting that data, when you are having ample of things in your basket, in your core rack, but you want to extract something which is valuable to you, that is called the data mining. So in the data mining, market basket analysis is one of the example where through this the customer get the product recommendation. When we talk about the product recommendation, this is the simple example when you are using some Amazon site or any kind of site that is not only the marketing, any of the e-commerce portal if you are using. And on that e-commerce portal, if you are just willing to see only the clothing materials or some fooding item or some jewelry item, so next time when you visit some other page, you will also get that kind of pop-ups and that kind of reminders on your page, and some the advertisement on that page. So that is a kind of recommender system works in behind, and that is called a product recommendation. So basically on the back end, the person who is working, he get to know that how you are using, how you are just what are your intent to shop something, what are your likings and dislikings, what you want to buy. So on the basis of that, the recommended system works, and it will help you to do the better, have the better experience and have the better shopping. Right. So in that way, what you are searching for, that the Internet Explorer will help you to search in a better way. So for the reinforcement learning, the expert system is there. The expert system for the recommendation system, the expert system always worked. So IBM Watson is the example for the reinforcement learning and expert system. Similarly, the robotics, as I told you that now in this era, the cobots are the thing which are very popular. These are the collaborative robots are called the cobots, which helps you to perform some specific task, not only in the hospitality management, in the manufacturing, also into your home automation or some other, any kind of specific area. If you're using that kind of robots, which are made purposely to solve that problem, to do that task, that is called the cobot. So that is also a part of robotics and deep learning. Similarly, the resource scheduling. So Aurora is the example of the resource scheduling, that is advanced intelligent planning and scheduling solution. basically you can see here that NASA Space Launch System is there, which is implementing Aurora to schedule the ground-based activities that are preparing into the space launch system before its maiden flight. So similarly, the Aurora AMP generated short-term and long-term schedules on the ground-based activities that prepared or refurbished the state shuttles before after the flight. And Aurora Intelligent and Rapid Scheduling enables NASA to analyze the numerous what-if scenarios efficiently. So these are the, that is based on the self-learning model, how to schedule and when to schedule, when to, take a pause. This kind of things is being, resource are scheduled. I mean, the resource get to know they can be scheduled that how they need to and when they need to perform that specific task. That is called the resource scheduling, so that in that way we can obtain the maximum throughput and we can have the optimum usage of the resource. Similarly, the optimization is the thing which can be solved with the AI, the Google Math Path Planner, which actually in everyday life, in our everyday life, every one of us is using, whether it's a short path or in a long distance we are traveling. We just want to know that which will be the shortest path, where is the traffic, where you will get the modest traffic, where will you get the, through this, you can see into the map that through the red mark, you can get to know that you can face the heavy traffic when you will travel on that way, and how much time it will be, taken when you are traveling through the car, through the train, through the metro, any of your mode, right? So that is also in the deep neural network, that is the AlphaGo game is an example of the same, where the humans can play with the, the machine. Similarly, the chatbots are very common nowadays, everywhere. You can see the Cortana is quite older, Google Now, Siri, who are the iPhone, the Apple gadget holders, and the Alexa. That is also a chatbot, very common chatbot. Apart from that, you can have and these all can be, settled with the synchronized with the so many devices, as you can see, with your smartwatch, with your mobile, with your laptop. So many devices can be connected at a time. Even though so many Bluetooth devices, smart devices are there, at a time you can connect with more than one devices, parallelly. So these are the chatbots. Personalized recommender system, you can see here the Amazon.com, like that kind of choice you are having, they will recommend you the same kind of items time by time, or when they launch, or when when you are just visiting the site more frequently, you will get the same same items which you want to purchase. Similarly, the automated control machines, that is based on the fuzzy logic. You can see here the machines have the intelligent system through which you can have the delay chart, your kind of water supply, the you can set it and you can use it, right? The machine learning. So you can see here security system, that is Nvidia Metropolis, that helps to recognize the traffic and the persons and their identities also. So when we talk about here we have seen that so many application areas for the AI, ML, and data science. So when we talk about what is the data science and what is the AI, what is the ML, so actually AI is the technique that enables machine to mimic as a human behavior, whereas you can say the machine learning is basically a subset of AI that which uses the statistical method to enable machine to learn and improve with the time. It's like in simple words, we can say that through these machine learning techniques, we are enabling our system, our models to perform in that way which we want. If we want that kind of output, just we have to train our model into that way on the basis of given input, so that we can have the optimum output. So deep learning is something that is also a subset of machine learning that includes the algorithm and enables system to train itself. safe. So deep learning is something which is reinforcement learning. I just want to give you a brief about the machine learning. When we talk about the machine learning, you are having three kinds of learning techniques. That is, first is the supervised learning, another one is the unsupervised learning, and third one is called the reinforcement learning. It is something you can say that if you're having some pairs of cats and dogs, so if you are just labeling them, yes, this is the cat, this is the dog, so it is very easy for a person who doesn't who is not uh, aware with how the cat looks, how the dog looks. But if it is labeled, he can segregate both of them, right? So that is the supervised learning. When we talk about the unsupervised learning is something where you are not get the labeled on that cats and dogs. So what happened, you need to create an image. Machine will learn that this is the kind of image of a cat and this is the kind of image of dog. So what happened is that machine will learn, okay, this object is looking like cat, so this is the cat. This object is looking like dog, so this is the dog. So that machine need to segregate on the basis of recognition, on the basis of image recognition, both of them, in cats and dogs. Whereas when we talk about the reinforcement learning is something experiential learning. So it is by the simple example, you can understand that if you are just traveling somewhere, if your boat or your cruise stuck somewhere and you are just just reached to an island and there's nothing, you don't know anything about the environment, you don't know about the fooding, how you will stay there, there's no one is there to help you out how you need to survive. But if you are stuck there for 5 days or 10 days, so slightly by being there, you will learn how to what you can get to eat, how you need to sleep, how you need to cover yourself, how you need to keep yourself safe. So you are learning everything by your experience only. That is kind of things which comes under the reinforcement learning. And the deep learning is kind of learning which enables system to train itself on the basis of that experience, right? So that is the major areas of machine learning. And machine learning is the thing which enables AI to act as a human through that algorithm. When we develop an optimal algorithm which have that kind of model, the AI is basically enables, AI is capable of completing that task in such a way as a human does, right? So that is about the artificial intelligence, ML, and data science. So now the second emerging technologies when we go through, that is the big data. So when we talk about the big data, that is simply lots and lots of data. So I just want you to go through a minute for this slide, then I'll start with the big data. Okay, so when we talk about the big data, firstly, you need to know what is big data. So the quantities, characters, and symbol on which the operations are performed by a computer, which may be stored and transmitted in form of electric signals, and the records on the magnetic, opticals, and mechanical recording media. So that is the formal definition of the big data. So when we talk about the big data, that is what actually big data refers to the extremely large and complex data set that are beyond the ability of the traditional data processing techniques to capture, store, manage, and analyze. So the term big data, that is encompasses both data itself, the technologies and the methodologies used to extract the valuable insight from it, right? So big data has become increasingly important in the various industries and fields, and it is, intent the way to organization makes decision to gain insights, because of the data is quite important nowadays, right? So data may be very large. When we talk about the big data, why it is called the big data? Because it is very large into the size. So in older days we use DBMS, right? So nowadays everywhere we are using big data. Why? Because data is very large in size of like the you know earlier it was into the, normally we work on the data size of MS, that is Word doc, Excel, or maximum we go for the movies or codes, that is into the GB. But the data into the petabytes, you can imagine that 10 to the power 15 byte size called the big data. So its status almost 90% of the today's data has been generated in past 3 years. So how rapidly you can imagine that how the data is growing, right? So generally when we talk about the source of the big data, so many source data comes from, information, number, graphs in many ways. And when it comes to the type of data, that is a different type of data. You can have the quantitative, qualitative. But before that, how you will get the data? You will get the data from the social media sites, Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, and all these sites generate huge amount of data on the day by day basis. They have billions of users worldwide right now, right? Other than that, you are having e-commerce site like Amazon, Flipkart, Alibaba that generate huge amount of logs from the, which the user buyer trend can be traced. And the weather stations also generating, satellites also generating huge amount of data. The telecom companies, telecom giants like Airtel, Vodafone study and user trends and accordingly publish their, plans for the stores data of its millions of user. And of course, the share market, the stock exchange across the world generates huge amount of data through its daily transaction. So there are so many sources we are getting that data, and because of so many sources are there, the data comes from, in the number, in the quantities, in the information, facts, graphs, and so many other formats. And so on, you are having the kinds of data, quantitative and qualitative. That is a numerical kind of data which you can, segregate into the numbers. And qualitative data, that is the descriptive form of data. So in that descriptive form of data, you can have the read and soft data. Similarly, in the quantitative data, you can have you have having certain number that could be the discrete, that could be the non-continuous, that means the fixed number of data, and non-continuous, that means the continuous data you can have into the big data, right? So computer data is information processed by the, that is stored by the computer, that can be into the format of image, audio, clips, softwares, programs, and other type of data. So computer data may be processed into the CPU and stored into the file folders and so many hard disks, right? So when we talk about the big data, that is a massive collection of data that continues and grows dramatically over the time. So it is basically, the data set is so huge, that is typically the, data DBMS is not able to handle it. And of course, because it is not only much larger, but it is also is having the complex structure, because it is not only the row and column wise data you are storing into something. So normally we work on the data like Word, Excel, but here you are working on some more larger data, right? So as you can see here, this is the very large size of data, and so many as I told you earlier, that so many sources are there through which you can get the data, right? Like the traffic signals, the software logs, the the email, the social media sites, and your email bloggers, e-news, and the news channels, digital pictures and videos. So And when we talk about the characteristics of the big data, I think those have heard about the big data, they must have, you know, know about the V's of the data. So generally, the main V's, 5 V's are the major V's, like volume, value, veracity, visualization, variety. But the velocity and virality also very important into that term. So when we talk about the volume, that represents the amount of data that is growing at the high rate nowadays, right? So value is something that refers to the turning data into value. How much you are, the data we are getting, how much we are utilizing that data, turning into the big data, right? That can generate revenue. Now, the veracity refers to the uncertainty of the available data, because the data is, the veracity basically arises due to the high volume of data that bring incompleteness and inconsistency. That data maybe, it is lacking somewhere, some data is missing, some data is junk. So that is something related to the veracity. And visualization is basically the process where, we are converting our data, we are abstracting our data and converting into the chart, graphs, maps, and other visual forms. Similarly, the variety is something that refers to the different data types, like the text, audio, video, because in the big data, we doesn't have only the text data. We are having ample amount of data, and which is gathered by the different sources into the different forms. So here we are storing the not only the structured data but also the unstructured data, that is called as audio, video, MPG files, signals, and logs, right? Now, the velocity is the rate at which the data grows. The social media contributes as a major role in the velocity of the growing data, because maximum data is being generated from there only, right? Now, virality is something how quickly the information gets spread across the people to people and network to network, right? So that is basically the the important V's of the data. Now next, we can segregate the big data into 3 major parts. That is the structured data, that is unstructured data, and semi-structured data. So all you can see here that earlier when we worked with the DBMS, we generally use this kind of databases, that is the either the MySQL or SQL or Oracle or IBM, Teradata, the Excel files, the Word files, the drives, so the text files we are using. So that is the structured data. Structured data, somewhere you can say that kind of data which can be stored in a form of rows and formats, or you can say that it can be stored into the predefined format. Whereas unstructured data is something which is gathered from the different sources, and it cannot be stored in a similar way or a prescribed format, right? Because the data is quite different. Now, the semi-structured data is something which is in between the structured and unstructured data, because it's not thoroughly the row and column based or prescribed format data. It can be customized, but it can be stored into the into the files actually. So like the XML file, or the browsing history kind of, or the HTML file, these are called the semi-structured data, right? So I'm sorry. So when we talk about the big data, is basically you can generally discuss when you have to store a much when you have to, and suppose you are having an e-commerce site of XYZ user, you are having 100 millions of users, so it is quite impossible to store your data into the DBMS, and they want to offer a gift voucher of the $100 to its top 10 customers who want to spend and more of the previous year. So moreover, they want to find buying trends and these customers. So that company can suggest more related item to them. So what will be the issue? That the huge amount of unstructured data which needs to be stored and processed and analyzed. So if you want to store that kind of data, the storage need to be support with the unstructured data. So for that, you are having Hadoop. That is called the Hadoop is a framework which is supported by the big data, and The HDFS, that is Hadoop Distributed File System, which use commodity hardware to form the clusters and store data into a distributed fashion. So it can be, distributed, it can be saved on a different servers. So it works, it works on write once and read many files kind of things. And processing can be done with the MapReduce architecture. So it can, through the MapReduce architecture, simply we can, you can say that we can cut down a big task into a small task, and then we can apply these things, the data distributed over the network, to find the required output, right? So when we talk about the big and analyzation can be done through the Pig Hive. So in the big data nowadays, so many databases are available. As like if you want to use the database, the big data free source database, that you can use the MongoDB, that is supported by the big data. If you are using, that depends on the size of data of your database, so which database you need to opt. If you are having a bigger size of database, then you need to Hadoop, which is backed by the HDFS, Hadoop Distributed File System, and MapReduce. For analyzing, you can use Pig, Hive, because Hadoop is actually the open source software, so no cost is no more an issue. Similarly, for the MongoDB, it is also a free source open source database, so cost is not the issue. But that entirely depend on the size of your database you are opting. Similarly, so many cloud providers are giving the that kind of database, as like AWS, Amazon AWS. You can use the its database, and in the Microsoft Azure, you can use the Cosmos DB, that kind of database, or there are some other specific databases which are backed by the big data you can use, right? So that is all about the big data. Now we move to the IoT. Right. So give me a minute for the IoT. So as you can see into the picture, so many gadgets are connected to each other. So first of all, you need to understand what is the Internet of Thing. So Internet of Thing is something which refers to the network of the interconnected physical devices, vehicles, buildings, and so many other objects. And how they are connected. They are connected and they are embedded with the sensors, softwares, network connectivity, enabling them to collect and exchange data. So this device can range from everyday object like household appliance, your wearable device, and in industrial machineries and infrastructural components. So the concept behind the IoT is enabled that the device to communicate with each other, give that kind of compatibility, and with the cloud or the central system, allowing them to share the information and performance tasks autonomously. This network of device create a massive ecosystem of the interconnected things that can interact, that can collaborate, and make intelligence decisions based on the data they collect, right? So generally, you can say that it gives the compatibility to all smart devices to communicate to each other for the ease of the human, right? So we have to discuss the first word internet, then everything about the thing. So Internet of Thing, right? So all I suppose that everybody about what is internet, how we are get connected with the internet, with the mobile network, with the home network. There's certain network providers are there. So like in some academic network is something which is connected, we are having in our academic block. Similarly, the business network is there. You are having the kind of mobile network there, the home network, your DTH lines. So we are connecting nowadays with the internet. So that is nothing new for the internet. So in simple words, you can say that the network of a network is called interconnected LANs, and through that all interconnected LANs, right? So everything can be communicated, right? So nowadays the term internet things, that is the popular term, because everybody is working on IoT, the sensors, the actuators. So there are multiple ways to define IoT, but the basic definition will remain same, that it is a network of interconnected computing devices which can embedded in everyday's objects, right, enabling them to send and receive data. So it is not just limited or connected to network devices, but also the broad way to IoT devices to connect with each other and exchange the meaningful information to get the desired result. So it is not a single technology, as I told you, that you can see into the picture. There are so many gadgets. This is basically the combination of technologies, because of the different gadgets are connected together. So when we call the main components of the IoT, the first thing is thing. When we say Internet of Thing, so what is thing? Thing is basically what the physical object or the device equipped with the sensors, actuators, and connectivity capabilities. For example, you can say that smart thermostats, fitness trackers, smart watch everybody is using, industrial sensors, smart homes appliances everybody is having, or the smart ACs are there. So that is basically the object which is being connected, that is called the thing, right? Now the connectivity is another thing. Connectivity is something IoT device use various communication protocols. That could be the Wi-Fi, that could be the Bluetooth, that could be the cellular network, or even satellite connections to connect the internet and each other. So this connectivity allows data to be transmitted between the device and the cloud or the other system. So the data processing is the next thing when you are connected with the network. So IoT generate actually the vast amount of data. So often to extract that meaningful insight, data processing technologies, you have heard about the edge computing, cloud computing, distributed computing are being used. So these technology analyzes and process the data either or on the device themselves, like edge computing, or in the centralized cloud system, right? Next thing which you need, that is cloud infrastructure. So cloud serves as a central platform for storing, managing, analyzing, and the massive volume of data generated by the IoT device, right? So cloud infrastructure, basically it provides the flexibility and computational power necessity to handling IoT workload. That is next which is required, that is of course the applications and analytics. So getting interacted with those devices, we need internet, we need the processing, we need the cloud to so store the data, but of course we need the application and analytics. So IoT data is being analyzed to gain the valuable insight, monitor performance, detect anomalies, and make data driven decisions. And machine learning algorithms and analytic tools are there to they are applied to extract the pattern, correlation, and information from the data. So the application of the IoT are diverse, span the various industries: smart homes, industrial automation, agriculture, healthcare, transportation, and energy management, and smart cities. Just these are just a few examples of that. So IoT basically enables efficiency, cost saving, enhance the decision making, and better user experience by creating intelligent and connected system, right? So we can say that the IoT is something that represents a network of the interconnected physical objects that collect and exchange data, and has the potential to transform industries, enhance the operational efficiency, and enable the innovative application by creating a seamless integration of the physical and digital world. And so many areas where we are nowadays, we are using the IoT, that is the agriculture, asset tracking, energy sector, defense, embedded system, education, waste management, and so on, so many areas where we are just applying the, IoT. Right. So when we have talked about the IoT, the cloud is the next thing which is very important. So cloud is basically the computing service over the internet, which is providing affordable and efficient resources for the development. Right. That includes servers, that includes storage, database, networking, software analytics, and intelligence. So cloud computing is something which is that is over and all that provide the economical freedom with the technical strength. The kind of service you want to avail, you can avail it with the help of cloud computing. So anything you are just doing on the internet, you are just doing on your system, the kind of services you want to avail, through that you can rent out every service, right? So you can see here the cloud computing is something mobile as a service, application as a service, database as a service, hybrid, cloud. That is the kind of clouds are available, that is public, private. So anything, these are basically the kind of cloud services, the kind of cloud architecture we are having, the private, public, and hybrid cloud. And we are having the data centers, we are having the distributed servers, the storage facilities. So everything, when you are, you want to compute, everything is available on the cloud. Either you want to avail the facility of application as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, mobile as a service, network as a service, everything as a service is a cloud. Right. So it basically refers to the delivery on demand computing resources over the internet. So it allows user to access and use a wide range of services: server, storage, database, networking, software, analytics. And that is exactly without a need of infrastructure and any upfront investments in the hardware and software. Right. So when we talk about the service model, you can, as I told you, that we can have software as a service, platform as a service, and IaaS as a service. So these are basically the key characteristics of the cloud computing. And these main service models, if you don't have, this is like, if you don't have system, you can avail software as a service. If you want to, if you don't have operating system, you can have the application, platform as a service. If you want to just avail the software, you just want to avail the application level of facilities, you can have the software as a service. So IaaS is something which is having the maximum control over the your facilities, and then PaaS is less than that, and then the on the higher level, and at the least level, the software as a service is there, right? So you can see here, like the virtual machine, server storage, load balancer, these comes under the IaaS. Similarly, the runtime, database, web servers comes into the PaaS, and the application level things that like CRM, virtual desktop, these comes under the SaaS. So these three kind of services which can be availed with the the other side, the cloud client is there, and user with the help of cloud client can avail these kind of services. So when we talk about the the example of as a service, you can see here the traditional on-premises services. That is something, the example you can have if you want to make something, you can manufacture something or make something at your home. You can make these many services at your home. If you want to just have the take back, you just don't want all the services at your home that you can take and back. Then if you just want to get the platform as a service, just you want some of the services, you can have the platform as a service. And overall, when you are just you don't want to do anything and you just want to avail the services, that is the software as a service, right? So vehicle as a service, you can have that. If you either you can have a, on premises, you can own a car, or you can lease a car, or you can, if you don't want to lease a car, you can have a taxi, you can have a bus. So that is an example of the, vehicle as a service. Similarly, the software as a service, so any kind of application you just want to, access that kind of application on the server, you can have the software as a service. Similarly, you can have the infrastructure IaaS as a service. So when we talk about the deployment model, you are having majorly three kinds of model, that is public, private, and hybrid cloud. So when we talk about the public cloud, that is generally which can be accessed by the all, that is open to all. When we talk about the private cloud, that is accessible for the registered or the authorized user only. And when we say the hybrid solution is something that some part of that cloud can be accessed public peoples or the publicly, and some part of the cloud is accessed with the authenticated or authorized people only, or that can be used by some specific organization. They are authorized to access that, right? So these three kinds of models are available into the, these are the deployment model of the cloud. Right. So next we just move to the blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is basically nowadays is very popular through because of the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency. So give me a minute. So when we talk about the blockchain technology is basically, one thing you need to understand, that blockchain is not only the financial related to the something which is related to the Bitcoin. That is, Bitcoin is only the currency, and the blockchain is technology to secure the distributed network with the help of distributed ledger. So something which is different is that Bitcoin is only a financial, finance-based application, or you can say a cryptocurrency. But blockchain is actually the technology which is backing, the Bitcoin, right? So blockchain technology is basically the distributed and decentralized digital ledger, basically, that records transaction across the multiple computers and creating a transparent and temper resistant system. That means nobody can change that, right? So it is originally introduced as the underlying technology for the cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, but it has since found application in various industries beyond finance, right? So decentralization is first thing which is very important into the into the blockchain technology, which operates a decentralized network of the computer that is known as nodes, and each node maintain a copy of the entire blockchain, and it eliminates the need of the central repository or intermediary, or as in consensus algorithm ensures agreement of the validity of the transaction. Second important thing which works into the blockchain technology, that is called the distributed ledger. As you can see, that centralized banks has centralized ledger. That means one ledger is there and only the client can access that. But here, because of the data is so big, you can have the distributed ledger, so everybody is having copy of the same. So transaction in a blockchain are records in a block and which are linked together in a sequential and immutable chain, and the ledger is distributed across the multiple nodes and ensuring transparency and reducing the risk of the data loss or manipulation. So security and trust is basically the main issue that, in the blockchain, the cryptographic technique is used to secure the transaction, to ensure the integrity of the data with the help of consensus mechanism. So many other concepts are being used as like proof of work, proof of stake, enable agreement among the nodes, and the to prevent the malicious activities actually. And the smart contract, which is actually the main concept which is long, introduced into the blockchain technology, in which the blockchain performs often support the execution of the smart contract, which is, self-executing contract in terms of agreement directly and written into the code. So when we talk about the applications, so many applications are there for the blockchain technology, that is like cryptocurrency. It can be used into the supply chain management. It can be used into the financial services, healthcare, voting systems, and other DApps, decentralized applications. So developers can build the decentralized application on the top of blockchain platforms, creating new business models and providing the secure and transparent user experience. So it is very important to note that the blockchain technology also face challenges, right? Face challenges like including scalability, energy consumption, regulatory consideration, and privacy concern. So howsoever, ongoing research and developments are aimed to address these limitations and expand the potential of the blockchain technology. So many areas you can see here, the blockchain technology is already backed by the banking and finance, insurance, property, and so on. So many areas where it is being used, right? So the blockchain, in summary, the blockchain technology is basically a decentralized and transparent digital ledger that securely records the transaction across the network of a computer, and it offers the benefits such as decentralization, transparency, security, and efficiency to find the application in various industries beyond the cryptocurrencies, transforming business processes and creating the new opportunity. So this was the all about the blockchain technology. So I hope the emerging technologies like the big data, the artificial intelligence, the blockchain technology like IoT, these many other booming technologies right now. And so many careers aspects are there, like you can work as a data scientist, as a business analytics, as a ethical hacker, as a blockchain developer, right? As a artificial, as a senior system analytics, as a so many options are there to because of these emerging technologies you can opt for. Even though the big data developers are very getting very highest paying job, they are getting very good perks in terms of pay scale. So there are ample of options are there, not only into the data science, but also into the cybersecurity, in the blockchain, in the IoT. In fact, in the specifically into the machine learning. So many emerging areas are there, and so many career aspects are there. So I hope this information, this session gives you a small, the idea about these emerging technologies. So thank you so much. So 1 second. Yes, I would like to take some questions if you are having any. 1 second. Yes, the question is, what is the role of the middleware comes into the picture when we talk about the 1 second, middleware comes into the picture when we talk about the IaaS, right? Okay. So when we talk about the infrastructure as a service, middleware actually it is very plays a crucial role when managing and facilitating the interaction between the underlying infrastructure and the application. So it basically middleware acts as a software layer that sits between the operating system and application. You can say that it is a bridge between the communication and integration, right? So few the key roles are, you can say that that it can manage the resource, it can works into the resource management, the automation, the interoperability and integration, the monitoring and management. So overall, in context of IAS, it is abstracting and managing the underlying infrastructure, right? Yes, any other question? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much if you find this informative. So if anybody is having any kind of question regarding these emerging technologies, they can write, or they can ask. Okay, how to become an AI scientist? See, if you want to work into the domain of AI, firstly you need to work on the machine learning. You have to be the strong technical background. You should have a good background about good knowledge about the computer science, basic mathematics, statistics, and your engineering concept. That means the basic programmings. Secondly, you need to gain something, the major working areas like the artificial intelligence, not only the artificial intelligence, but also the major machine learning algorithm, the deep learning, how the new NLP work. So you need to develop your skills into that in the Python, R, and Java, basically because maximum work is being done into the Python, R, and Java, right? So you need to familiarize yourself with the machine learning algorithm, statistical modeling, and then you can pursue into the same area. See, if you want to if you are having an account background, can I become the data scientist? You can choose the data visualization kind of field where less technical work is there. There's less coding. When we talk about the machine learning, it is a lot of coding, lot of mathematics and statistics. So it depends, like if you can choose that kind of areas which as having the automation and the analysis work only. Of course, like the business analytics and data analytics you can work on, right? What is the project we can make? Some banking projects, you can go for the big data technology. It is advisable to do the PhD in AI. Of course, it is advisable, but that depends on the topic you are choosing. Yeah. I'm MBA and having done few certification into the data science and data analytics in last month, enrolled into the online MCA. What is the future career aspect as in interested to AI, ML? See, as like you can be the AI ML, machine learning expert, or the AI, AI scientist, or the expert into the AI, IoT expert. So many areas are there. Yes, any other question? Which course can help to gain the more knowledge about IoT for basic understanding and start? Can you please so many courses are there, so many short courses are there. You can go for the Udemy, you can go for the Coursera. In fact, if you will, briefly, you will go through with your syllabus, you will get knowledge. Yes, of course, about IoT, you need to, do some edX courses, or Udemy is good. Can you guide me the roadmap? Okay. I'm not actually really getting the your question, the roadmap. So many machine learning engineers, data scientists. You can be the AI researcher, you can be the robotics engineer, you can be the expert of the natural language processing, you can be the computer vision engineer. So many areas are there. So that depends entirely on your choice, which is which is luring yourself. How what you find interesting, right? You can be the AI product manager, you can be the computer vision engineer. That is a different field. Computer vision, NLP is a different field, robotics is a different field, right? Even though the cyber specialist is a data scientist. So many fields are there. That depends entirely depends entirely you what you want to opt for, right? What are the mathematical concept we should cover for data science? See, so many mathematical concept, the basic, not only the basic knowledge, but when you want to be a data scientist, you need to cover the advanced theorems, along with the statistical concept, that is deterministic, non-deterministic algorithm, the concepts of binomial theorem, chi-square test, so many things. I mean, when you will go through with the syllabus, you will get to know that there's ample. Basically, for the data scientist, if you want to be the hardcore data scientist, the mathematical concept and this the statistical concept and your machine learning concepts need to be very strong. Yes, I am more of the functional than technical. In which modern technologies can I choose for easy learning? And I think analysis will be more better for you if you are not into the technical ERP. SAP, I suppose you are asking about, right? As a telecom engineer, which side of AI would you advise me to do PhD in AI? That as a telecom, I don't know actually your profile, what your profile is, whether you are working with the equipments or you are working with the radio frequency. That entirely depends. Your guide will be, you can suggest better your topic. Definitely, if the person who is having expertise in the same. So there's no such a specific book. That is your graduation mathematics and statistical books, which you can go for the basic knowledge. Then you can go for the advanced one. Okay, so I suppose I suppose this is the sufficient. How does Amity has PhD program in AI? That you can talk to the counselors. They will get back to you. Is there any way to be cybersecurity specialist and cyber? Yes, of course. Definitely, cyber experts are there. Even though cyber lawyers are there, of course, yes, of course, it's a very, very good future, and they are they are having good prospects. So now onwards, I suppose I'm closing this session. Who's the host? 1 second, please. Yes, I think I have taken, much queries with you. So I'm closing this session. The host will continue with the next panelist. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richa. Such a wonderful session it was. A lot of queries, and you probably answer most of them. And I hope this has, of course, helped the student to understand what is the basic concept of this AI and ML and how important it is. So just to add what you have talked about, we have something similar to it, which is a matter of concern for everybody. And I know that most of the participants, those who are here in this webinar, they are going to agree with me that identity fraud becomes something which is very, very crucial sort of matter for us to understand. And we all need protection from this sort of fraud, because the kind of data I'm going to reveal with you, the kind of case studies, and that too the live case studies I'm going to have with the participants, you will be shocked to know that how this fraud actually happens. So just give me a moment. Let me just share the information with you. And to begin with, we are going to talk about something we all know. At one point of time, we all become victim of this sort of crime. I hope you all are able to see my screen. Identity fraud. So the very first question which comes in our mind, what is identity fraud? So if I would go in a very simple language, it's a crime, and yes, it's a crime in which an imposter obtains key pieces of personally identifiable information, just like your, CVV number, your passwords, your details, your data. I mean, everything, because everybody, the total population of the world is around 8 billion now. And out of this 8 billion, the recent data issued in 2023 says that more than 5 billion people are using internet. And you will be shocked to know the most used website is a networking site, which is popularly known as Facebook. So you can just, assume and calculate and make analysis out of it that how many people are actually using it. There is a slight difference between identity fraud and identity theft. So when we say identity fraud, it's going to, take all sort of fraud in this list. But when we say identity theft, it is the act of stealing someone's personal information, and identity fraud is the use of an individual's identifying information to commit any sort of crime. To be surprised, the situation in India is getting more worse when it comes to identity fraud. Now, this is the report on your screen in front of you that India record 18% surge in a weekly cyber attack in Jan to March quarter in 2023. So this recent data is a matter of concern. Now, you must be thinking why it's a matter of concern. Just go by the lines which is there in front of you. So India record 18% surge in weekly cyber attack in Jan to March quarter 2023. During the first quarter of 2023, India average weekly attacks rose by 80% in comparison to the corresponding period in 2022. Now, the why I'm saying it is more concern, more sensational, more critical issue now, because if you go by the global structure of the same size of crime, same type of crime, you will find global weekly attack rose by 7%. So globally, it is 7%, but in India, it is a surge of 18%. So that's why it's a matter of concern for us. Now, very interesting report published by one of very renowned newspaper, leading newspaper, ET. Survey report by leading economics time. And this report says around 39% of the families who participated in this survey from the urban and rural background, they claim to have experienced financial fraud in last 3 years, and only 24% of them got the funds back. So again, it's a matter of worry. It is not about just size of money. Maybe it is a small and maybe it is big. Maybe you lost your 5,000 or maybe 50 or maybe 5 lakh. You are losing your funds just by sharing some of the information. Now, what is the cause of this? That we are going to investigate in this webinar. This report gives a very, nicely analyzed data, which says that if this is not going to be controlled, every minute in India, one will become victim of this identity fraud. Though when we go by the data which is shared by the American agency, it says that every 26 to 33 seconds in between this duration, one American become victim of this sort of crime. So why I am comparing this situation with America? America is a developed country, a powerful country, a leading country in so many things. So as in technology also, India is a developing nation. We are working on 5G mode. We are, we are among the country which has the largest user base of the internet. So when we say largest user base, most of the people in India is now opting for the Android phones. We are using it like anything. The consumption of the social media networking sites or the cyber things or the internet things is like too much. So these are the survey reports, and this is the, you can see the data. One is the one which belongs to India, fraud trends in India. So credit card fraud, personal loan fraud, auto loans, consumer loans, home loans, we have different kind of things. And if you go by the data, the number is high in Delhi for the people who cheated in some sort of, identity fraud. And Delhi is a place from where we have, people from rest of the country. We believe that the most of the people, those who are residing in Delhi, they are educated, they know how to use internet, they know how to use media information, they know how to use the technology, they know better how to consume it. But shockingly, just opposite what we assume or presume, the data is too very high. It talks very loud about the people, those who are residing in Delhi. Then we have West Bengal, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, and Haryana also in this. On the other hand, you have the data from the US, and this data says, this is the data of December 2022, which says that around 3.8 billion people reported who were cheated somehow financially or in some other way through this identity fraud. So these are the facts. There are some of the very interesting report which I find today, because I was planning to come to you all. Now the news, this matter is there in the news and getting the highlight over anything. Most common cybersecurity threats in 2023. I'm sharing the link here. So if you go to that particular link, you will find that there are many type of scams where, spongy schemes, and then, how to take your information, how they are going to share the information with you, how they'll call you, make this story, you will get emotional, and you will come out with something which is not very favorable for you. The other information said, recently we got a news today only, that QR code manipulation is scam in Odisha, which is taking, limelight everywhere, because this is not something which is about just 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees or 10 lakhs rupees. It's a scam of more than 14 CR. So two companies collaborated with each other. One company cheated the other one through the QR scam. And now the topmost agencies are investigating the matters. So what I'm trying to portray here is that this is not something which is happening with a specific class of people, a specific number of people, a specific understanding people. No, it can happen with anyone. Anyone means anyone, from a kid to a aged person who is maybe 60 plus or 70 plus, from a housewife to somebody who is a working professional woman. It can happen to anyone. We'll talk about later that how you can prevent this. But before that, I want to show you one video which is going to give you the knowledge about this. Just wait a moment.
So I'm going to tell you something which is shocking, which is hard to believe, but this has happened with me only. So I'm very much into this media work. I know how to consume the cyber news, which is coming across different profiles, different platforms, and I know how to deal with these informations.
Just give me a moment. I'm trying to share a video with you.
So I'm going to tell you something which is shocking, which is hard to believe, but this has happened with me only. So I'm very much into this media work. I know how to consume the cyber news, which is coming across different profiles, different platforms, and I know how to deal with these informations. But somehow, at some given point, I made a mistake. And that mistake made me realize that this identity fraud is something which is not just for the people, those who are not literate, those who don't know about the dynamics of internet. It can happen with anyone, be it a professor, a white collar person, a businessman, a financial expert, or anyone like you and me. So I want to share my story with you, and I hope this story is going to give you some learning, of course. So 10th June 2023, I was just scrolling my phone randomly. I was very much into this thing that I will go through some of the, some videos and something Insta video, the reels which we used to see them. And I came across one of the very, very beautiful Indian ethnic dress. I got impressed, and just the way girls do, I was mesmerized. I just want to buy this. I have seen a title of the site which is some Muktan cotton fab, something like this. I'm going to give you the whole detail of this particular brand to you. So when I was scrolling, I was such to the extent I was very much into this dress that I just don't want to check anything. So when I just doing the, you know, order and all, I came to know that only COD, cash on delivery, was applicable. I was very happy that this is not Myntra, this is not Amazon, it's not Meesho, but some good site, because they were offering COD, cash on delivery. I was very sure that I'm going to receive my dress very soon, and especially on the day of my anniversary, that was on 16th. Coincidentally, this planning went so well, and on the 16th of June, at the day of my anniversary, there was one vendor was knocking on my door. I went, you know, with so much of excitement, because I got to know that I'm going to receive my parcel today through a text message, which we usually receive from all the vendors like Shiprocket, like Delivery, Express. I mean, there are many. Of course, you know about them. So the vendor was asking me to give a cash payment of some rupees. That payment I have given to them, and he gave me the parcel. I was very hopeful, very excited that I got the dress finally, and I was trying to open it, and you know, it turned out to be a shocking story for me. I received a very cheap sari which has lot many holes. It was not all, you know, acceptable by anyone. And I was, you know, when you wait for something to come to you, and you came to know, the moment I got it, I realized that something wrong went with me. And then I was in a hurry. I just repacked it, kept it there in that parcel in which I have received, the way we do in Myntra and Amazon and other you know, website. And then I was looking to that tab from where I just ordered this dress. See my genius or my stupidity, whatever you want to call it. I read the whole policy of return and refund on that particular platform. I wrote a mail on a very particular day on 16th of June 2023, and then there was a failure message coming to me that this mail does not exist. A few moments later, I found out their contact details. I called on that number, and then again, nobody was responding. And that very moment, I realized that I am now victim of identity fraud. There was no option for me. The dress was hardly for 1500 rupees. Now, this is not the matter of just 1500 or 5000 or 5 lakh or maybe 5 CR. It's a matter that I'm literate enough, I'm mature enough, I know how the things are going on in the cyber media world, but then also I become victim of it. Somehow I try to channelize the things to my people of concern whom I can share this story, and I was asking them for help, because I was thinking that if I'll go to a police station, they'll say that, madam, you are a fool. If you being a so literate, and you are into a profession where we believe that you know so many things, so I avoid to go there. I shared the story with the concerned people, those who are close to me, and then one of them somehow saw the packet of the parcel that was from a very renowned company who deals in logistics. Now this person tried to find out some link to get the money back, but we were just failed. So this is a story I am sharing with the intention that if you think you are an MBA, you are a professor, you are somebody who is working in bank, you are somebody who is dealing in internet sector, or somebody who is dealing with cyber security and all, somebody who is in cinematic profession, somebody who is in a creative field, in a field of journalism, and I can share some of more case studies with you. Of course I will do that also, but anyone, and believe me, anyone, from a working woman to a housewife, from a man who holds a prestigious position in the organization, you can be a victim of this identity fraud. Now what you need to do, you need to be secure and safe, and the way to do it is be informed.
Okay, so I hope this video is going to help you to make understand that it is not about your designation, understanding, qualification, that you cannot be cheated. you cannot have a, nobody can fraud with you. This is so typical type of crime, which is quite in trend now. And I'm telling you, the data says in India, it is surging like anything. So we have two people, those who are going to share the live experience of, of this victimization of this identity fraud with all you participants. And I wish that you can learn something out from that. What was my mistake, what I did, what was my case that I have shared with you. And I'll also tell you the reason when I introspect myself, that why it happens with me. It is not about just, it is not just about the money or the payment or something like this. But when I introspect myself, then I came to conclusion that there is a reason why we become victim of this identity fraud. So we have Renu with us. Renu, are you getting my voice? Just to confirm.
Hello, Vanna.
Hi. So how are you doing? Hope you are well.
Yes, Vanna. I'm healthy and my family is healthy now.
Thank you so much for being here, Renu. I invited you with a special cause that many of MET University online students are joining the session. And, many of my colleagues also are part of this session. And we all are looking forward for your experience, what has happened with you, what was the story, because we want to learn and we want to know why it happens, what was the reason, and how to come out of this. So please share your details, your story, what happened with you.
Okay. Hi to everyone. I'm Renu. I'm a 37-year-old housewife with two kids, one of 13 and another of 11 years. And I'm basically from Mathura. There is a small town in Mathura. I am basically based out there with my family. This fraud instance, which has happened to me last month, we are searching for a washing machine deal online. We have to purchase a new automatic washing machine, and because the earlier one was semi-automatic, and for ease of my life we were searching for it. We searched few online portals like Amazon, Flipkart, and clicked other Google links too. I still remember it was 11th June, Sunday. It was Sunday afternoon. It was like, we are living in a small town, or the Kasbah you say. We all were at home at the Sunday afternoon, and we were relaxing with my kids, and my kids were just laying beside me, and they were playing and watching something over the mobile, like cartoon or something. So,
so phone was there with your kids?
I'm sorry?
Phone was there with your kids?
Yeah, he was over the phone actually. My 13-year-old was over the phone. He was watching his cartoon over the mobile. The one major point I forgot to add, that we're discussing the washing machine purchase at home. So my kid was also aware about that we are going to buy something and we are looking for a best deal.
Okay.
Right. So, it was a relaxing afternoon. My 13-year-old was playing over the mobile. Suddenly a call came and I was in half sleep. I was like going to sleep soon. And call came and he picked that up. My 13-year-old picked that up. The whole instance was, he picked the call. The person on the other side told him that your parents will get discount of rupees 6,000 or 7,000 over his washing machine purchase if he share the OTP, which he receives later. So after 7 or 8 messages came to him, and every time he shared that with the person over the call. One time it's 5,000, another time 10,000, 15,000, again 12,000, 15,000, and so till the time they drew 16,000 from my account. And suddenly the noise and murmuring sound of my kids, I got disturbed and I just woke up. And then I saw, and I took the mobile phone and I saw that I being the victim of online fraud. I keep the mobile aside and not share the further OTP which were coming from the fraudster. The very instant.
So it was 50,000, Renu. This is what you are saying?
60,000.
Okay. And it was just not in one go, slowly and gradually. So initially 5,000, 10,000, and then again.
Yeah. It was like that. The very same time, what I did, I told this instance to my husband. He got angry. We called that number. We called the fraudster. The fraudster picked up a call also. He was also laughing at us. He was
so
like,
you were having a conversation with him?
Yes, we did had a conversation with him. He said what he said, ki you will not get your amount back. Have fun, maze karo. The very next hour, we went to the police station. We submitted our complaint to them.
Okay.
As the case was related to the cyber crime, they straightforwardly said no to us and asked us to report it to the cyber crime cell. Next day, we rushed to the cybercrime office and submitted our complaint. We continuously visited multiple times. Even in fact, nobody from the
Have you
cyber-
visited your bank also?
Yes, I visited my bank also, but they are also it has been OTP has been shared by you, so there is nothing bank fraud, but we could take your complaint if you file it with the cybercrime. Give us a copy also.
Have they shared the detail of the account? Because bank must be knowing where the money went. The
Yes, they
account where the
knew
money-
about it, but they are not able to because money is already been transferred because it was done through the UPI.
Okay, okay, okay.
And what they did, we have multiple times we have visited bank, police station, cyber crime cell, and ultimately one fine day, one cyber cell maniac made fun of my husband, and he said, "Have peace. Think you did the charity," and started laughing at my husband. So that time, my husband literally got very angry, and we went back to our home and we console ourselves that it has been gone and we did the charity. And this is all the thing we were doing with the bank, with police station, with cybercrime cell. It's a
So
futile
no
exercise.
help, no money back.
No, nothing has been came back. Even in fact, even
So it's been a month now.
yeah, it's been a month
Is there any hope?
now. Not now.
Not now, and you are smiling too. So that shows that you are pretty confident that there's nothing left in this case. Renu, what
Yeah.
was the reason? What do you think? What was the reason that these fraudster people, they are, too much of confidence is there in them that you called back, they picked up the call and he was talking to you and giving a threat also that you won't get your money back.
I
mean,
think
what do you think?
Yeah. If I think about this now, so we did, I guess we did 2 or 3 mistakes.
Okay, what
We
was the mistake then?
Yeah, we were we were talking in front of our kids, which backfires us. Like we were looking for a better deal, better discount and all. And we were
Okay.
talking in front of kids, so that backfires me. And other than that, I think I really don't understand how the data leaked to them. We were actually intended to purchase a
That
washing.
was my next question. Have you ever visited any nearby, showroom to check out for the washing machines or something like this?
No. We are not went offline. We did only searching
Online
online,
search.
Flipkart and some Google links, reputed Google links actually, verified Google links. And this has been happened to us.
Okay. This is really sad that nothing works in your case, but we expect we need to be more alert. What other concern you see in this case? I mean, the way you were saying that we rely on the kids, the phone were there with the kids. So, I mean, what advice you are going to give to other people, those, who are aware about it, but by now they have time to understand that please don't get into these things. How can they be safe according to you?
According to me, if there is a kid in your house, don't discuss with them in front of them actually. This is
Okay.
the first thing I would say. Second thing
Okay.
I would say ki if you can give them a separate tablet or kid tablet where they can watch their cartoons or mobile, where there is no such kind of data or messaging services available to them, that will be beneficial.
Okay.
Other thing, if you are, again, the same thing, if I did the search online, my data is
How
over
it leaked?
mobile, and how it's leaked out, I don't know. I have checked the settings also. You please do check your settings also, okay, what you are sharing. If you are allowing any app to download and track your location or any kind of data, please think twice.
So I'm asking this to all the participants. If you have any such similar experience, do share with us in the chat box. And, sharing is not just sharing, it is making others aware about, the way Renu is telling that this has happened. And now I realize that I need not to share the phone with them. But still the question remains same, that how the data is leaked when we were not went to any of the showroom, when we have not discussed the concern with the other, just making online search. This means before me, Dr. Richa was taking the session with you on AI and ML. So now we all are aware that these machines or these software or these programming softwares are so very advanced that they read the data. So when you type something, when you look for something, they are going to serve you the similar kind of preferences or the choices in front of you. So somehow the information is being leaked who is leaking it, who is being responsible for this, that we don't know technically. Okay. And when she visited the cybercrime office, the police station, or the bank, they were not in a condition to help. So Renu, you want to say something for the government to make a proper policy, or the officials of the cybercrime, something you want to say about them?
There are policy, Vanna. I checked ki they have the cybercrime, but
Yes,
they
yes.
cybercrime cell, but people are not implementing it fully, right? So
Okay.
it is more better ki if you do your thing very cautiously.
Mhm.
Don't rely on other people that money will get transferred, you get tricked, you get victim of any kind of cybercrime, and then you are going door to door and doing such kind of things to get your money back, your own money back.
Right, right. So there are certain things which we all need to understand, that this is really a matter of concern. We are bound to use the phone. You don't have a choice now. Some of you maybe disagree with me that, ma'am, we can survive without the phone. But now the condition for the professionals, those who are working outside in an organization, it is not possible or feasible for them to live without the phone. So you are bound to use it, but how much use is justified, how you need to use that is all up to you. So the way the things has happened with Renu, who is residing in Mathura, who is 37-year-old, whose 13-year-old was using the phone and sharing the information, and then the person has also picked up the call and saying that you go and do the fund because you won't get your money back. It is quite very daring, and we all need to, this scares me, Renu, to be honest. This make me scared that the people, those who are doing the fraud, they are talking to you and
This is
saying that
so
you
confident.
don't get your money back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Renu, for sharing your experience. I believe that all the participants of this webinar are going to take the advantage out of it, and some learning, of course, that how we need to be cautious. You were rightly saying that being cautious only, we can avoid the kind of, victimization is happening in this cyber crime category, or identity fraud, or identity theft, whatever you want to call it. So we have another person with us, Ankit Pandey. So Ankit, are you getting my voice?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, Ankit. Welcome.
Good
Uh,
afternoon, ma'am.
I'm really very thankful to you that you got the time for us. And here on MET Online University, we welcome you once again. All the participants are waiting eagerly to hear this case of yours. What happened with you, Ankit? If you can share.
Well, actually, I was planning for a franchisee known as Tata 1mg, right?
Okay, which is a prestigious, renowned brand.
Yeah, it's a very good and giant brand. So
Yes.
Tata 1mg, I was looking at Google, and I was planning to take the franchisee. But and I clicked that website, and the next day the same day I filled the form.
Okay.
And after that, after half an hour or 1 hour, I got a call from Tata 1mg only. And they were like, sir, we have got your document, and we want to fulfill your needs. You have to submit this much of amount and that much of amount. And I was, without investigating anything, I was giving them my details.
Okay. So you received some mail, or somebody called you to offer this
No,
franchisee?
first, actually, I got a mail from Tata 1mg, and then they gave me a call. Right. Then
Okay.
after that, it was totally the process was very smoothing, and I was giving my all, documents, money, everything. And one call came, and he was like, sir, you have to give me the amount for NOC, that is for
Okay.
15,000.
15,000.
Yeah. So
Okay.
and actually I gave him a 15,000 because the Tata 1mg is a self brand.
Yes,
So
it is.
without, yeah. So then after after all this incident, one night I was I was just Googling something, and I just Googled the amount of NOC for a franchisee.
Okay.
So, it was only 1,000 rupees.
Okay.
Then I clicked key, what is this? Then I again went to the Tata 1mg website, and I contact their customer care, and I called them ki, this is happening, and your client, your team members are asking me 15,000.
Okay.
Then their customer asked me that, sir, please give me your detail, your login ID. I have given them everything. Then
Mhm.
they said, sir, we have no documents of yours. I
Okay.
got shocked. Again, I get back to the same. And after, after so many, reading their mails and website, I got to know that that website was a fake of Tata 1MG.
Okay.
That guy
So
was
you
fake.
are saying you received a mail which
Yeah.
was offering you one franchisee, and
Hmm.
before that you were looking for a franchisee business. You were looking for it on Google, right?
Yeah.
So just like the case we have heard from Renu, that she was looking and searching for the information related to this washing machine, and you were looking for the franchisee business. So you got a mail, you clicked on that, you shared your information. They were asking for NOC. Did they ask for any further amount?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it's actually right now I'm feeling very funny because I lost 75,000 rupees.
75,000.
Yeah, actually they were asking me 1.50 lakhs.
Okay.
And but in between I got clicked because why they are asking me 15,000 for NOC. But when I asked, when I researched on Google again, I contacted the original Tata 1MG.
Okay.
It just then I got it ki, I've just got scammed. And after
Mhm.
75,000 when I lost, after a day I contacted cybercrime. And
Okay.
they were like, okay, we will actually right now. Matlab, I went around 5 p.m. and they said ki we are off now. You come tomorrow.
Okay.
And when after the next day when I heard, they were like ki ab samjho ki paise gaye.
So they were clearly mentioning it.
Yeah, yes.
So what you did, you went to police?
Yeah, actually, I went to police, but they said ki first of all, you have to do, you have to FIR, you have to go to cybercrime only. They will only help you. So yeah, this
So
is
you made a
how.
complaint with cyber cell?
Yes, ma'am.
You got something back, as
No, ma'am,
amount?
no,
No,
ma'am,
nothing.
nothing.
You did a follow-up with them?
Yes, ma'am, I have, I followed with them, but they were like, ki it's in process, but ye maan ke chalo ki nahi milega.
The officials were saying it.
Yeah.
What makes you take the decision to give them 15,000 for NOC, or
Ma'am,
later 50,000 for this business?
see, actually, many scammers use the big brand name, which are
Right.
very trusty brands like Tata
Right.
1MG
Tata is the
or
another name of trust in India, and I think
yeah.
world also.
In fact, when you go to the original, their official website, they have mentioned that behalf of them, there are many scammers who use their names and who scam the people. So they have literally mentioned one notice on that.
Okay. So sort of disclaimer that if somebody is calling you,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
need to be alert. So
Yeah.
the information is, Ankit, I think your case, Renu's case, or mine case, we can just make some similarities that what is the reason to be, why we become victim of this cyber fraud. I think one prime reason, the students are sharing the story, and one of the student is saying that I lost 3 lakh approx, which is a huge amount. They asked me to share the CVV and payment for the passport and work permit, and I lost 3 lakh. It is such a big amount. It's a huge money. And, in very few cases, people got the money back, but in most of cases, the money never come back. But of course, we learn a lesson. And when this happened with me, I realized that I need to share this information with everyone whom I know or whom I can reach to, because the only way I see to resolve this problem is to make yourself aware. Now, if we talk about that, why this happens, why you paid 75,000, why Renu's kid was sharing the information, because they were looking for some good discounts and offer on washing machine. So when somebody called that you are going to get the discount if you will share the OTP with me, of course, the kids must be having this understanding that let's make parents happy and share the information, we'll get a good discount, so mama will be happy. These kind of things comes in mind. When I was looking for the dress, I was too much emotionally into the dress that I just want to wear it on my special day. So you and Renu can better answer to this. Don't you think it is our emotion, which somehow push us towards this sort of mistake, which we do. What do you say, Ankit? Just
I
because you
think,
want to, you want to start some business, so you were in a hurry to take decision about that.
yes, ma'am, emotionally it matters, of course, but I think this is I mean, is totally a fault of data leak.
Okay.
I mean, Google is a big brand,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And leak and the data information of customer or the,
Right.
or the user is a big, big accident these days because data is very crucial.
Right.
Right. So I think this is this is a very big loophole of Google where the scammers, find the data and they scam the people.
Okay. Okay. Renu, what do you say? Don't you think it is something related to emotions which push us towards the victimization of this identity fraud?
As I was the second line character in this story, so I would say ki my kid was glued about the discount. Like mom get discount, we get the washing machine somewhere.
Right.
It was emotionally actually meant to her or posed him ki bhai, we should go and share the OTP so that mom and dad will get the discounted rate over the washing machine.
Of course. And one of the student is sharing that I have been scammed in the name of Amity. Amity, please mention this. For sure, I am making this very clear with on behalf of Amity University Online. We never give you any offer that please share, we are going to give you the assignments, or we are going to give you the paper, or you are going to get the good marks, or you are going to get the admission. We never appreciate these things. We never being part of it. When you receive any sort of call or message or mail or any communication to you, which is taking some extra benefit from you on the name of Amity, please report it to our team. Please write a mail to us. We would be highly grateful to you for making it a concern and sharing the same with you. But I am making it sure with whole confidence that please do not entertain any call, any message, or any single individual or a group or a society or a community who's reaching to you with this promise that they are going to give you extra advantage on the name of Amity, and they must be charging something from you. So we are not responsible for that in that case. But if anything, any concern like this comes to you, please make it a point to raise a concern to us. We are going to resolve it for sure. There are many students in this webinar, those who are mentioning in their, messages that I got scammed in the name of job opportunity. This happens. So I'm sharing another case with you. Unfortunately, the member is not here on panel. We tried to contact with her, but due to some reason, she is not able to join us. I'm not sharing her name also, and not her total identity. I'm just sharing the case verbally. So she is a IT professional who's working in a very renowned IT company, taking a lead in the company in matter related to the cyber world. One day she received a call that her father is not well. There was some ambient sound of the hospital was coming through the call, and somebody, pretending that girl that I'm your uncle and your father got heart attack immediately. Your mother is just having 2 lakhs. We need 4 lakhs more to get the operation started. The girl becomes so emotional that she was in her office in some different state and the family were residing in the native area. So immediately she asked for the number where I need to share, and she, gave all rest of the 4 lakh to that person, and through different account, because it is not, we have some limitation in India that we can just give 25,000 or 50,000 or 1 lakh through some modes. So if you are doing a payment more than this, you need to do it through the different devices. So she asked for the favor from the friends also, and somehow all of them, they made a payment of 4 lakh to that person. After some time, she realized that I need to call my family. Let me call to my brother, because brother was quite very younger to her. And she just called the brother and asked that how is father now? And then brother says that father is absolutely fine. He's doing pretty well. She got shocked because a few moments later, before that call, she got to know that father was hospital. Why she believed? Because there was a sound of hospital. The person was taking a name of somebody who was in close proximity of the family. So this is how these scammers,
these frauder believe they make a kind of, trap around you, and then you fail to come out of this trap. But the main reason, when I introspect and I investigated in most of the cases which I have gone through, emotional connect. So you saw something, you are emotionally driven. You came to know that your father is ill, you just don't want to listen to anything else. You are not even ready to confirm the fact or cross-check with somebody else. You are, the way Mr. Ankit is looking for a business to start. He was in so much of, hurry and so happy that Tata is offering something. So he just bound to believe that, and he just made a payment of 15,000 initially, then rest 50,000, 60,000. So this is how it was a cheat of 75,000. Same as in case of Renu. So the emotions. See, if I need to give you the pointers, you need not to share the data with others. We all know we should not, ideally. We need to say that we need not to share the personal information with others. We need not to share the account information or something like this, that where do you reside? What is your house number? What's your detail on your networking site or social networking sites or something like this? We need not to share all the detail that we know. But when I have investigated the cases where the person has not shared any sort of information on any other social platform, then also they got cheated. And the reason, when you so somebody who is sharing that I was also cheated by a person who was making a promise that I'm going to get the job outside, and he charged me 3 lakh rupees. So because you were willing to go out, you just want to look for an option who will make this possible for you. You are ready to pay whatever you can. And this is how you are being trapped. So what you need to do, how cautious you can be, what precautions need to be taken. While you are on internet, while you are consuming the cyber media informations, you are getting a mail, you're getting the informations, you're getting a call, just be aware. Just not be emotionally derived. Take a pause, think deeply how the other person came to know about this. Cross-check the information, cross-check the numbers. We are into the era of digital information, artificial intelligence, where the machine's mind is working like humans. If not exactly, not perfectly, then close to perfection, of course. So the people, whether it is you or me or anybody else, those who are using internet in whatever mode and ways, they are always at risk. How you can protect yourself? To be aware, to be conscious, to understand. So you just need to take a step back, rethink while entertaining any call, any mail, any offer. So we have many things. Renu, any final word from your side? Any advice, any suggestion, anything which you want to share with our participants?
Just be informative about the things. Like you say, take a step back and think about it. Go check it several times if you are doing any online purchase. See the reviews, and in your case also, check the email IDs and the phone number just before calling before giving any order to any site or something. So it just you need to be better. You think first at your end, think retrospectively so that one cannot.
Right. Ankit, any suggestion from your side?
No, actually, I just want to say that if you want to, buy something or invest something, first of all, do proper R&D, because there are many tools which make which make fake website as an official website.
Right.
So yeah.
So these things are there. So even the trusted brands, the companies, people are playing with their reputation, their name. And I think it is the responsibility of the big brands, the trusted one, those who have a big name, to make sure that at least on their name, people cannot do these things. Because for an individual, it is, next to impossible to create a revolution in this thing. But those who are established into this business industry, those who are known as an icon of the business, they can, of course, do it. This is what I believe. So thank you so much, Renu. Thank you so much, Ankit, for your participation, for sharing the information, for being so honest about the stories you have shared.
And we know the kind of loss you people were bearing. But I hope that if the money will come back, this is more than good. If not, then of course, this is lesson for us. And I'm saying lesson for us means for you, for me, for everybody, those who are sitting here. And when we go by the messages, I can just see that there are so many people, those who were cheated once. And the data I have shown you at the initial stage in my PPT presentation, that in America, if you go by the data, 26 to 33 seconds, one American got cheated. So this cheating is, now it is happening through internet. So it is very difficult because the scammers, they used to change their IP address, they used to change the networking path, they'll change their place, their location, their numbers and everything. So we all need to be concerned about it, because why I am sharing this or why we are doing it, there is just one reason for it, is that I want everybody to be aware, to be alert, to understand the basic concept, and always control your emotion while you are doing something on internet, whether it is a transaction, whether it is a surfing, or whether any information like this. With this, I'm closing the webinar from my side. I want to just express my gratitude to all the organizers of the event and the participant who have come together today to tackle the pressing issue of identity fraud, which is, head-on issue. And I believe that through our collective efforts, we can build a future where the sanctity of our identities is protected. And this is what was the intention of mine while presenting these live case studies with you and my own case with you. With this, I'm saying thank you so much, but you please be here, because next to you, Professor Priyanka and Dr. Archana Dhaya will be there with you with some very interesting activity and very interesting webinar they are going to do with you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your participation. Thanks for your queries and sharing your information and experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Vanna.
Thank you, Vanna ma'am.
ठीक है अर्चना मैम, अब हम स्टार्ट करते हैं हमारे आज का जो टॉपिक। जैसा कि आप लोगों को पता है कि हमारी जो नेक्स्ट वेबिनार है वो है पोयम पर, मतलब कविता पर। हम आज देखने जा रहे हैं कि कविता की रचना कैसे की जाती है। साथ में आज हम ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि जब हमारे मन में कई चीजें, कई सुंदर शब्द हमारे अंदर आ रहे होते हैं, तो उन सुंदर शब्दों को हम एक माला में कैसे पिरोएं और उस माला में पिरोकर हम आपके सामने कैसे रखें। साथ में मैं आपको ये भी बता देना चाहती हूँ कि इसके लिए हमने हमारा लिंक काफी दिन से ओपन किया हुआ था, जिसमें कुछ स्टूडेंट ने आके पार्टिसिपेट किया है और उसमें से कुछ ने बहुत ही सुंदर कविताएं हमें भेजी हैं, जिनको हमने सेलेक्ट किया है और आज वो भी यहाँ आकर अपनी कविताएं आपको सुनाएंगे। तो नमस्कार आप सभी को, और आप सबका इस सुंदर और लयबद्ध शाम में स्वागत है। साथ में मधुर बोली से सजा है यह आगाज, सुनिए और अपनी भावनाओं को कहिए आज। सृजन की ओर यह है पहला कदम, आइए शब्दों की माला को सुंदरता से आज बांधे हम। बैठिए इस कविता के मंच पर, स्वर्णिम शब्दों की बारिश के साथ हम रचेंगे सुंदर कविता यहाँ पर, जानकर लिखने कविता के कुछ राज। अर्चना मैम। अर्चना मैम अनम्यूट कर लीजिए।
So we, both of us, welcome you all on this amazing session of Let's Be Poetic. Immerse yourself in the world of poetic imagination. I'm Dr. Archana Dhaya, Assistant Professor with Amity University Online. Now, so in this session, we will be going through the discussion on poetry, and we will discuss about some features and tips of writing poetry. And after that, we have selected certain candidates who will share their poems, who will recite their poems on this session. And on the topic, I can do it, or Priyanka ma'am,
मैं कर सकता हूँ।
So this is the topic for the poems which will be shared by the candidates. Now, let's begin this poetic eve with a quote. So let me start. So now in this session, we will discuss about poetry, right? So let's begin with a quote. This is a very beautiful quote by William Wordsworth, who is a romantic poet. Poetry is a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. It takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. Very beautiful lines. Now, according to this, as we can see, this poetry is which exhibits the emotions, the feelings of the poet. And it comes out of the emotions which you have recollected in the moods of tranquility, when you are at peace, when your mind is calm, and when you are sitting in a very calm place, in a very peaceful surrounding, and then the thoughts that emerge in your mind, that urge which comes in your mind, that propels you, that forces you to write something. You have gone through lots of experiences in your life, and you feel certain kind of urge to write about those experiences. So this is how poetry comes out. Now, you will be wondering, as I said, that William Wordsworth is a romantic poet. So yeah, there are certain young minds who will be wondering if this romantic means something related to the love poem or a love poet. No, William Wordsworth has written poems which discusses or which describes his love for nature. He was a nature poet, and he loved nature so well. He regarded nature as a teacher, as a guide that has guided him through his poetic career. So any kind of experience can guide you. Any kind of love, any kind of interest can guide you into writing poetry. So this is only the moment of exploration, moment of gaining that experience, that urge which comes in your mind, in your heart, that propels you and that will force you and motivates you from inside to write something. Now, after this, we go forward. So now let's know about what is poetry. Poetry is a form of creative writing that uses language to evoke emotion, and it helps us in painting the vivid pictures in the mind of the readers. So we write, and they're the readers who read our poems. So when we will write and we will paint our words, our emotions into words, our feelings into words, that will be read by the readers, and they will create the image in the mind of the readers and will try to influence them. So it can be written in many different forms and styles, from free verse to sonnets and haikus. There are so many forms of poetry now. Haiku is a Japanese form of poem, a short poem of 3 lines. But even with those 3 lines, you can tell about your feelings, your emotions. So poetry often explores the themes of love, nature, and so many other topics, the philosophies of life, the human experiences. It can be a powerful way to express your emotions, ideas that are difficult to put into words. So we use so many features in our poetry to embellish it, to decorate it, so that it can charm your readers, it can fascinate your readers. So thus, poetry is a magical art form. It can transport you to another world. It's like a painting made of words, with each line and stanza carefully crafted to evoke emotion and paint a vivid picture in the mind of the readers. It's a way to express the inexpressible, which you can't express. The poetry is the way. The poetry is the means to express it. Your emotions, your feelings, your personal and intimate experiences. And it is the way to express and capture the beauty of the world around us. And it also helps us in understanding the complexity of the human experience. So poetry makes you express, makes you capture, and makes you imagine and understand the complexities of life. Poetry thus is a celebration of language and power of words
that moves us, inspires us, and makes us feel alive. So this is poetry, right? Now, there are lots of features of poetry. There are various literary devices and elements that can be used in poetry. And here are a few examples. There are just a few examples, and there are more features which you can add in your poetry to decorate and embellish it. First is metaphor. So metaphor is where we compare two things which are distinct and different from each other, right? We compare these two things together and we try to create some kind of similarity between them. There is no similarity between the objects, but we try to create it using metaphor. Then we have the simile. So simile is a comparison between two things where we use the words like or as. Personification is another quality or another feature which we use in the poetry. So where we can use or we can give the life to the non-living things by using this quality, this technique of personification. So we can give or attribute the human qualities to the non-human things or objects, as if the river is running. So this is an example of personification. Now, running is used for the human beings. And if we use it for the river, so we have personified the river, right? And we have given the human qualities to it. Alliteration. So there's another device or another feature which we use in a poem. The repetition of the same sound at the beginning of multiple words. So sometimes the beginning letters or the sounds are repeated in subsequent letters in the lines of the poem. So that is called alliteration. Then we have assonance. So assonance is the repetition of the vowel sounds in the successive words in a line in the poem. Then we have the rhyme. So rhyme is very important. If you want to write a lyrical poem, so lyrical poetry is deeply musical in nature. And for that, you have to use rhyme in your poem. So rhyme is when you repeat the same sound at the end of the lines, right? When you repeat the sounds or when the end rhymes of your poem, they rhyme with each other and they are very similar in spelling and in pronouncing. Then we have the imagery. So without images, we can't write poems. Images are very important. So what kind of imagery? It can be any kind of imagery. It can be the sensual, it can be the auditory image where you can hear the sounds of murmuring of bees, or where you can hear the sound of the flowing of the river, right? So there are so many sounds, the hiss of the snake. So you can also use certain sounds from nature, from the object, the rattle of the chain. So these sounds you can use to create the images. And then you have the visual imagery, which you can use, the beauty, the greenery of nature, the landscapes, the designs, and the beautiful objects and shapes, right? So there are lots of imagery which you can use. So for that, you can use descriptive language to create a picture in the mind of the readers. Then we have symbolism. So we can also use, there are so many symbols which stand for something. Their surface meaning is different and their deeper meaning is something else. So in order to explore the deeper meanings of life, we can use symbolism to represent the abstract ideas, philosophies, or concepts. So these are a few examples of features of poetry. There are some more examples, right? So now we go on to the understanding of various tips. So we can write poetry. Anybody can write poetry if they know the tips to write it. First of all, the first thing which you can do is read lots of poetry. So for that, you have to be very bookaholic, or maybe you have to generate an interest in the poems, in the reading of the poems. There are so many great poets which have been given to us by various countries. In India also, we can find lots of poets like Rabindranath Tagore. Everybody knows the name. Then we have William Wordsworth, William Shakespeare, so many good names and great names of poets. We have Robert Frost, John Keats. So John Keats and William Wordsworth, they are the romantic poets, right? So when you read lots of poetry, and now if you start reading the modern poems, the new versions of the poems, the new forms of poems which are coming, so you can get a gist how to write a poem or how to share your experiences or emotions and feelings. So you can choose any form, but for that you need to read a lot. Now reading the poems of various writers, various poets will help you get a sense of what works and what doesn't. You can, and also try to write poetry as often as you can. So it also needs a lot of practice. The more you will write, the better you will get off, right? Now, then there are certain and various forms which we can use, right? So that's why for that, you should have a knowledge of all these forms of poetry, forms of poems, lyrical poetry, narrative poetry. Then we have the dramatic poetry, dramatic monologues written by Matthew Arnold or Robert Browning. Or you can choose any form like sonnets, haikus, free verse. First, start reading these poems and then have a knowledge how we can write these poems. Understand the gist, understand the meaning of these poems, how the themes are used in these poems, and then start experimenting with all these different forms of poems and see whatever works for you, whatever interests you, take up that form and start writing. Use imagery. Imagery is the main aspect, the main component of poetry. Poetry is all about painting a picture with words. Imagination. You have to be lost in your imagination. You have to be more and more creative. And you have to use your imagery in a very vivid manner, in a very lifelike manner. So that will also in a way help your readers to see what you are describing, what you are explaining, or what you are searching about in your poem, what you have explored in your poem, right? Now, the next important aspect which we can focus upon while writing poem is focus upon the sound, the rhyme, the rhythm, the rhythmic structure of the poem. Pay attention to the way your words sound together. Your words should sound euphony or euphonous, right? Euphonous means they should be very soft sounding. Use only soft sounding words. Don't use discordant or harsh words, harsh sounds in your poetry. Use alliteration, assonance, and other sound devices which you can use to create a musical quality in your poetry. You can use rhyme, rhythm, rhyme scheme, and so many other devices. Edit ruthlessly. Then the next stage which comes is editing. Once you have written your poem, go back to your poem, reread it, whatever you have written, edit it various times, several times, cut out anything that you feel is redundant or is not according to the topic of your poem, and or that doesn't do any good to your poem. So you need to cut out that. You need to cut out that part. Only take that part which is very necessary, which is very important, and which looks very harmonious. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Yes, we know that when we start at the first time or for the first time, we are not sure about how to write it. But don't get afraid of that. Don't get vulnerable. We all have our weaknesses, but we can improve upon our weaknesses through practice, through reading more, through practicing more, experimenting more, right? So some of the best poetry comes from a place of vulnerability and honesty. You need to be honest with you. You need to be honest that whatever you are doing great. You have to be confident, right? Only then you will be able to excel in writing poetry. And the next stage is share your work with the others. If still you are unsure of whatever you have written is good or not, then you can share it with others who are fond of writing poetry. You can share it, you can get the feedback from the other poets, or friends who appreciate poetry or who understand poetry very well, right? So this is the last stage which you can go through. So all these steps are very important. So you can go through all these steps for writing your best poetry. So after this, now this is the poem which have been created by me, Greatness of a Divine Soul. So now let's remember the God. Let's remember the great divinity which is among all of us, which can help us in creating and in innovating more, right? So if you want your creativity to sparkle, your creativity to come up, then you have to be very grateful of that divine soul which is within you, right? So for that, this is the poem. Great things come our way when we feel grateful to the Almighty, whom we must pray with hearts full of pure love and benign care. The greatness of a soul awakens with a divine prayer. As the snow-clad hills glimmer in the bright morn, the days, the nights pass by softly amidst the worldly scorn. As we phase into a new spiritual realm, the limitless sky opens up in an arc with a steering hem. It wades us through the deep waters of the dark sea towards a paradise of blooming lilacs, daffodils, and pansy. As the goddess of spring rises up and sings the lore of the mysterious Sphinx. See, now, as you can see in this poem, I've used the rhyme schemes, right? As you can see, the last words, way, pray, care, prayer, they rhyme together. Mourn, scorn. So this, in a way, gives a musical quality to the poem. It makes it lyrical, and it also, in a way, makes it more euphonious when you read the whole poem, right? So I have also used a mythological reference to Sphinx. So just go and explore what is this. Okay, I left it to you to explore what is this about. So you can also use various archetypes and various mythological figures to relate it with your theme or with whatever you have explored in your poem. All right. So this is the poem which has been written by me. So I hope you had liked it. Okay, so now after this, I hand over the session to Ms. Priyanka Shandelia. Please, ma'am.
हेलो एवरीवन। अभी अर्चना मैम ने आपको एक्सप्लेन किया कि इंग्लिश में आपको पोयम लिखनी हो तो आप किस तरह से अपने शब्दों का चयन करेंगे, किस तरह से आपकी चीजें होनी चाहिए। अब मैं आपको बताऊंगी कि अगर आपको अपनी पोयम हिंदी में लिखनी हो तो आप किस तरह से उस पोयम को और सुंदर बना सकते हैं। जैसा कि मेरा मानना है कि जो पोयम है वो आपकी अंदर की भावनाएं हैं जो निकल कर आती हैं कि उस समय में आप क्या सोच रहे हैं। तो एक हिंदी कविता लिखने के लिए मैं आपको कुछ टिप्स दूंगी जो कि आपकी मदद कर सकते हैं। सबसे पहले आपको अच्छे शब्दों का चयन करना चाहिए। अच्छे शब्द, गुड वोकैब। तो कैसे गुड वोकैब कैसे कि आप अच्छे शब्द हैं जो भी आपको, आप जब भी कहीं पढ़ते हैं, जब भी कहीं सुनते हैं, तो उन शब्दों को आप अपनी डायरी में जरूर नोट कीजिए और अच्छे शब्दों का चयन कीजिए। उन शब्दों का चयन के बाद जब भी आप किसी भी सिचुएशन पे अपनी पोयम लिखना चाहते हैं तो उस पर उस छंद रचना हिंदी कविता की उसकी जो विशेषता, आपको किस पे लिखना है तो उस पे आप इस चीज को लिखेंगे कि आपको कौन सा टॉपिक है जिस पे लिखना है, तो आप उस टॉपिक से उसे स्टार्ट करेंगे और उस पे उसका बैलेंस या संतुलन बनाने का प्रयास करें। उसके अलावा हिंदी कविता में जो सबसे मुश्किल बात होती है वो होती है आप उसके रंग रूप का ध्यान रखें कि आपने क्या शब्दों का चयन किया है, किन शब्दों के माध्यम से आप क्या कहने वाले हैं, क्योंकि आपकी कविता के शब्द ही आपकी कविता की पूरी तरह से छाप को दिखाते हैं। अलंकार के साथ वह कविता होनी चाहिए, कुछ उदाहरण होने चाहिए, कुछ मुहावरे होने चाहिए, कुछ उपमा हो, कुछ समास हो, तब कहीं जाके उस कविता को हम समझ सकते हैं। विचारों का प्रकटीकरण, आप विचारों को कैसे दिखा सकते हैं? तो कविता में विचारों को सुंदरता से प्रकट करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए कि आपकी कविता में सुंदर कैसे आप उन विचारों को काव्यात्मक रूप में, मतलब एक पोएटिक रूप में किस तरह से आप उसको प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मैम। उसके साथ भाव और भावुकता होनी चाहिए कि आप उस जिस पोयम में लिख रहे हैं उसमें आपकी भावनाएं क्या है, फिर आपको उसका संयोजन या संपादन का मतलब है, फिर आपको उसे अलाइन करना है, उसमें रिदम देखनी है। इन सब के साथ फिर आप अपनी पोयम को लिख सकते हो। तो अब मैं आपको मेरी अपनी एक छोटी सी पोयम है, जिस पोयम से ही मैं आपको समझाने की कोशिश करूंगी, इस कविता से आपको ये समझाने की कोशिश करूंगी कि एक डायरी का क्या महत्व है और उस डायरी से आप किस तरह से अपनी पोयम को या अपनी कविता को लिख सकते हो। तो शक्ति है, साहस है। ये डायरी अपने बारे में कह रही है कि मैं शक्ति हूं, मैं आपका साहस हूं, हर समस्या की आपका निदान हूं। आपकी जो भी समस्या है उसका उपचार मैं करूंगी, क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम अपने विचारों में कहीं उलझ जाते हैं। जब हम अपने विचारों में उलझ रहे होते हैं तो डायरी एक ऐसी चीज होती है कि हम उस पर अपनी भावनाओं को लिखते हैं। मैं नित नया ध्यान हूं, आपको कोई नई चीज जो याद आई है, कोई नई चीज जो आपने लिखना चाहते हो, कोई नई चीज जो आप करना चाहते हो, या कोई नया शब्द जो आपको मिल गया, वह अपनी डायरी में लिखते हैं। मैं स्वयं की आन हूं, आपकी आन, आपकी पहचान आपकी डायरी है, आपकी आवाज है, आपकी पहचान है। तो मैं स्वयं की आन हूं, आवाज हूं, पहचान हूं, काम का अलार्म हूं, शख्स की पहचान हूं। आप जो भी काम करना चाहते हैं आप उसे डायरी में लिख देंगे तो आपको समय समय पर अपने काम याद आते रहेंगे कि ये काम मुझे करने हैं, और आप उस शख्स की पहचान भी हैं। विचारों का विराम हूं, कि जो भी आपके विचार हैं, जो आपकी लगातार आपके आ रहे हैं, आप उन विचारों को जब अपने डायरी पे लिख देंगे तो वो कहीं ना कहीं रुक जाएंगे, थम जाएंगे। और आप जब उन विचारों को अपनी डायरी पे लिख देंगे तो आप उनको एक नया आकार दे सकते हैं, और वही आकार जो आप अपने विचारों को देंगे वह एक कविता के रूप में सामने आएगा। शब्दों का भंडार में जो आप वोकैब चुनेंगे, जो आप शब्दार्थ चुनेंगे, जिसको आप अपनी डायरी में लिख लेंगे और जिसके माध्यम से आप अपनी भावनाओं को व्यक्त करेंगे, वो शब्दों का भंडार है। तो शब्दों का भंडार में, मन की आवाज में, दर्पण में, अर्पण में, आपके मन की आवाज ये डायरी है। दर्पण मतलब आप उसमें अपने आप को देख सकते हैं। अर्पण आपको वो अर्पण है, आपको आपने अपने आप को वो डायरी दी है। और आदरणीय को समर्पण में, जब भी आप किसी अपने से बड़े को कुछ देना चाहते हैं तो सबसे पहले डायरी ही गिफ्ट करते हैं। तो इस तरह से आप इस कविता से ये भी समझ सकते हैं कि जब भी आपको हिंदी में अपनी पोयम लिखनी हो तो सबसे पहले, चाहे पोयम आपको हिंदी में लिखनी है या कविता आपको इंग्लिश में, किसी भी चीज में लिखनी है, सबसे पहले आपके पास शब्द होने चाहिए। तो वह शब्द कहाँ से आएंगे? आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा पढ़िए और उन शब्दों को अपने पास लिख लीजिए। जब भी आपकी भावनाएं जिस तरह की होंगी और जिन भावनाओं पर आप लिखना चाहते होंगे, उन विचारों को आप इस पर लिख दीजिए अपनी डायरी पर, और फिर उन विचारों को एक लयबद्ध तरीके से आप सजा देंगे तो स्वतः ही आपकी कविता बनकर सामने आ जाएगी। तो अब मैं जिस तरह से मैंने और डॉक्टर अर्चना ने आपको बताया कि कविता को कैसे लिखा जा सकता है, क्या क्या बातों का ध्यान रखा जाए, तो एक सुंदर भावात्मक कविता आपके पन्ने पर आ सकती है, जिस पर जो आप लोगों को सुनाएंगे और जो सबको आकर्षित कर सकती है। तो ऐसी ही बहुत सारी एंट्रीज हमें मिली, उसमें से कुछ एंट्रीज को हमने यहाँ पर बुलाया है कि वह अपनी कविता को यहाँ सुना सकें। इसके अलावा भी मैं आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि कोई भी अगर अपनी लिखी हुई कविता यहाँ पर सुनाना चाहता है तो जो सबसे सुंदर कविताएं होंगी आज हम उनका नाम लिख लेंगे, और उनको बाद में जब ये सारी एक्टिविटीज खत्म हो जाएंगी 25 को, हम सब इसको सर्टिफिकेट से अवार्ड भी करेंगे कि किसने सबसे सुंदर कविताएं यहाँ पर सुनाई थी या फिर लिखी थी। तो मैं उन सबको भी इनवाइट करूंगी अभी, और इसके साथ साथ ही मैं आप सबको भी कहती हूँ कि अगर कोई भी अपनी कविता यहाँ पर सुनाना चाहता है तो वो हैंड रेज करे और हम उसे अनम्यूट कर देंगे, जिससे कि आप अपनी कविता यहाँ पर सुना सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले मैं इरम से कहूंगी कि इरम अपना हैंड रेज करें, और उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर कविता लिख के हमें भेजी है, और इरम यहाँ पर अपनी कविता सुनाए।
हेलो।
हेलो इरम।
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम।
गुड आफ्टरनून। इरम, आपकी कविता हमें मिली, बहुत ही सुंदर कविता आपने लिखी, और हम चाहेंगे कि आप यहाँ पर सबको ये कविता सुनाएं।
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ। आप सभी ने मुझे इस मंच पर बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया। मेरा नाम इरम है और मैं बीए की छात्र हूँ। मैं आज आप सभी के समक्ष एक कविता प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ जिसका विषय मैं कर सकती हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आप इसे ध्यानपूर्वक सुनेंगे। हाँ, मैं कर सकती हूँ। जीवन की हर मुश्किल का मुकाबला कर सकती हूँ। पूरे जोर, जोश और लगन से मैं हर चुनौतियों पर खड़ी हो सकती हूँ। बिना रुके, बिना झुके आगे बढ़ सकती हूँ, क्योंकि हाँ, मैं कर सकती हूँ। जीवन की हर उड़ान मुश्किलों से भरी होती है, पर हार न मानो, हर चुनौतियों से लड़ते जाओ सदा। जब तक तुम ना हारोगे, जीतने से दूर नहीं होंगे। जो आसमान तुम्हारे सपनों को छूता हो, उसे पाने तक नहीं रुकोगे। हाँ, तुम भी कर सकते हो, सफलता की मंजिल पर जाकर खड़े हो। जीवन की मुश्किलों से लड़ते हुए हर सपने को साकार करो। इस जहां में जो कुछ भी करना होगा, तुम कर सकोगे, क्योंकि हाँ, तुम भी कर सकते हो, तुम सब कुछ कर सकते हो। धन्यवाद, आपका दिन शुभ हो।
थैंक यू इरम। अब मैं इरम की ने बहुत सुंदर तरीके से इस कविता को सुनाया। जैसा कि मैंने आपसे कहा था कि शब्दों को एक माला में पिरोना ही कविता है, और बहुत ही अच्छे से इरम ने इन शब्दों को एक माला में पिरोकर हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किया। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इरम। अब मैं नेक्स्ट अलमास रजा को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी एंट्री यहाँ पर भेजी थी और बहुत ही सुंदर कविता उन्होंने लिखी थी कि वो अपना हैंड रेस करें जिससे हम उन्हें अनम्यूट कर सकें और वह अपनी कविता यहाँ पर सुना सकें। अलमास रजा रिजवी।
Yes. Satvisa Das? Yes, Satvisa Das? Yes. Please share your poem.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes, please recite it.
So my poem is I am born for more. It has been same for ages. Don't you dare try to change anything. And if you try to free those wings, be sure they might tame your being. But why? Why shouldn't I ask? It's too crowded inside. I want to know. I'm growing up. I am caged. It's too small. Let me break free. No, don't you dare look out. Shut up and surrender, even though you have so many declarations to make. Let the river flow. If you build a fence, it might break. Floods will erode every rules that you have made. I dare you. Stand up and face me. Oh, don't you dare think putting those bangles will ever stop me. I fear you might be the one to burn in my fire. So you want to escape and put a tape? But isn't that easier? What do you need? 4 walls and a roof above your head, food on the table, and silenced? Oh, no, no, no. Love is not guaranteed. If you are lucky, you might be in one. It's about safety and security, my dear. But am I not strong enough to fight my own battles? To build my own home, my world? I do not want to follow what you have said. My hands don't look good in yellow. I like it when my hair flows. I am not good at stitching, not even when I cook for the show. Learn it, be this, wear this, and follow this. But listen, I'm not made to follow all this. Let me walk on my own path, build my own bridges. Let me struggle and fall so that I grow. I am no Charlotte Lucas. Oh, you are so in darkness. All I see is dark for you. Let me be in the darkest so that I find the brightest light for me to glow. Wake up from your silly dream. See the reality and open those eyes. You are being protected to walk down the perfect aisle. You know, protected ones are the most fragile. I have aspirations. I have dreams. Look up at the sky. See how even the clouds change. Not even the weather is same. The whole year, not even the constellations follow each other. Why should I? I know I am born for more. Even if the shadow steals away the identity, individuality has more things in store for me. I will run to the brightest night. I will rise. I will fall. I will stand. I will not stop until I reach the end. Thank you.
थैंक यू। बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही प्यारी पोयम आपने सुनाई, बहुत ही सुंदर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am.
मैम अनम्यूट कर लीजिए।
It's a really very wonderful poem, Satvisa. Very good. So very nice attempt by you. So now I want to call upon Vaishnavi if she's here. Yes, Vaishnavi is here. She will recite a poem in English. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, this is my poem. In this journey called life, I'm put to a test. But with every impediment, I'll prove my best. For deep within me burns an unwavering fire. With fortitude and strength, I shall never tire. I can do it. I affirm every single day. No matter the barricades, I'll find my own way. Though the road may be tough and filled with strife, I'll overcome it all and embrace this life. When doubts augment and try to cloud my mind, I'll ignore their whispers and leave them behind. For I am a warrior with shackles of courage to spare. I'll conquer my angst and breathe in the air. With each step forward, I'll grow and evolve, unleashing my caliber with problems I'll solve. No grail too big, but no holy grail out of reach. For I am unstoppable. I shall practice what I preach. Though the highs and lows, I shall persevere to stay steady and strong. I keep pushing with resilience, proving them wrong. For my will and fearlessness are here to stay. I'll rise above any ultimatum that comes my way. So watch me soar, watch me spread my wings. I'll chase after my dreams and all that it brings. With purpose and power, I'll reach for the zenith. For I can do it. I shall reap and replenish. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू। बहुत सुंदर,
Thank you, ma'am.
बहुत सुंदर पोयम। अब मैं महेश कांबले जी को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी कि वो आकर यहाँ पर अपनी पोयम सुनाएं। उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर कविता हमें भेजी है और उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि यहाँ पर आकर वह अपनी कविता को सुनाएं। हैंड रेज कर दीजिए, जिससे हम आपको अनम्यूट कर देंगे। जो अपनी पोएम सुनाना चाहते हैं प्लीज हैंड रेज कर दीजिए। तान्या।
Am I audible?
हेलो।
Am I audible?
यस तान्या।
Yeah, hi, good afternoon.
गुड आफ्टरनून।
Yeah, so here's my poem.
Okay.
The things which keep us alive, the things which keep us motivated, the things which keep us positive, wishes are the only thing that keeps us determined. Don't know though which phase will pass through. Just have hope and a strong feeling through which I'll go through. You never know when you will reach your destiny, but faith in yourself can help you cross every extremity. I wish that I fulfill my wishes soon and reach the top of the moon. Along with my mom, I'll cross every phase. strongly, calmly, and with a smile on our face. I need your blessings every moment and make my mom proud every second. Thank you.
अमेजिंग, वेरी गुड। अब मैं सुदेश को बोलना चाहूंगी कि सुदेश आकर अपनी पोम सुनाए। सुदेश, आप यहाँ पर हैं, हैंड रेज करें। इरम,
यस मैम।
आपने हैंड रेज किया हुआ है, आप और कुछ
Yes, ma'am.
सुनाना चाहते हैं?
यस मैम।
बिल्कुल।
I used to think I could not cope, that life was just too tough to drop. But now I know that I do it with hard work and a bit of my grit. I will face each challenge bit by bit. With confidence and a steady stride, I will take on challenge far and wide. For I know that I can do it with determination and a spirit lit. I will reach new height bit by bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Iram.
Thank you. It's a wonderful poem. Good poem, Iram.
तान्या, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में आप अपना एनरोलमेंट नंबर और अपना जो कोर्स है कोड प्लीज हमें जरूर सेंड कर दें, बिकॉज आपकी एंट्री हमारे पास नहीं आई थी, बट आपने बहुत ही सुंदर पोयम हमें यहाँ सुनाई है। तो इसके लिए आपका डिटेल नोट करने के लिए प्लीज अपनी डिटेल यहाँ पे हमें चैट बॉक्स में सेंड कर दें।
Yes, for sure. I'm saying.
Next.
Anybody else, whoever want to share or recite their poem they have written, so you are most welcome. Yes, all of you are welcome to share your poems if you have written anything. Yes, the stage is open to all. Please also, if you have any queries, please you are welcome to ask us.
सत्यसा दास, हैंड रेज है उनका, प्लीज।
Yes, Satvisa, do you want to share more poems with us? Okay.
No, ma'am, sorry.
Okay. So, anybody else? So this is the last session. This is our last session. If there's nobody, no questions, so we can just end up our session.
Yes, और बहुत बहुत थैंक यू आप सभी को कि आपने इतनी सुंदर पोएम यहाँ पे सुनाई, बहुत सुंदर कविता सुनाई। एंट्रीज हमारे पास और भी काफी थी जिनका अभी हमने नाम भी लिया, और उसमें से कुछ बहुत ही सुंदर थी। उसमें से एक मैं आपको यहाँ जरूर सुनाना चाहूंगी जो कि बहुत ही सुंदर थी, और उसमें जो भावनाएं हैं जो अभी हम बात कर रहे थे कि उसके अंदर, कविता के अंदर भावनाएं होनी चाहिए, तो उन्होंने अपनी भावनाओं को बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से यहाँ पे कहा था, लेकिन शायद वो यहाँ आए नहीं हैं। महेश कामले ने अपनी ये कविता लिखी है जिसमें उन्होंने लिखा है, कलम तो उठा ली हथेली ने, लिखना क्या है जानती ही नहीं, क्या लिखूं मैं, लिखूं कोई अधूरी कहानी, लिखूं कोई प्रेम कहानी, या लिखूं कोई मतलब की कहानी, जिंदगी ने दिखाए कई मोड़, क्या लिखूं मेरी जिंदगी की कहानी। बहुत कुछ देखा इन आंखों ने, घर से बिछड़ते बच्चों को, बंधन से बिछड़ते हम सफर को, टूटते हुए दिलों को और बिखरते हुए घर को। देखा है मैंने पाप का होता है पुण्य भी, सही का होता गलत भी, वैसे ही अच्छे का होता बुरा भी, वक्त ही देता हर कोई तसल्ली, अपनेपन का देता झांसा। अब मैं क्या लिखूं और इन सब किरदारों में मैं भी तो हूं आता। बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से इन्होंने इस पोएम को लिखा है, और साथ में इन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से यहाँ पर सुनाया, मतलब लिख के भेजा है। ऑल्दो वो यहाँ आए नहीं तो मैंने इसलिए इसको आप सबके सामने रखा, और इन्होंने जिंदगी के एक एक चीज को यहाँ पे पिरो कर एक बहुत ही सुंदर माला बनाकर और इसको पेश किया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से लिखा गया। और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप आए और आपने यहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेट किया। जिनने भी यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेशन किया है और जिनने यहाँ पर आकर अपनी कविता हमें सुनाई है, उन सब की डिटेल्स हमारे पास हैं। और डेफिनेटली जब इन सभी एक्टिविटीज का एंड होगा तब वहां पर हम आपको आपके सर्टिफिकेट और जिनने सबसे सुंदर लिखी होगी उनके नाम को भी हम वहां पर बताएंगे। अर्चना मैम।
So thank you for coming and for this session, for coming in this session. And now there is a feedback form also. So I request all of you to please give your useful feedback on the forms which have been given in the chat. So there's a chat box. So please give your feedback. And now this is the last of your session. So last of the webinar. So thank you all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
So dear students, we have come to the end of the day-long webinar sessions today. So thank you very much. A sense of gratitude to all of the participants who have been there with us all throughout. So we have also shared a feedback form. Kindly share your feedback with us so that it is going to help us on how we can better these sessions in our coming sessions. So we're also happy and thrilled to inform that we have a series of competitions that we have launched today. So there are quiz competitions that are going on. So in the quiz competitions, you have 3 rounds. So every round, the top 50 participants will be selected and move to the next round. So do participate because you will be getting a digital certificate and an Amazon voucher for as winners. So whoever wins will have these awards given to them. Also, there is different competitions. We have a poster making competition on the theme sustainable lifestyle. We have an activity, be a citizen journalist. So there are different activities that are going around. There is a photography competition. This is kept in mind because today everybody wants to take pictures and everybody's crazy about the environment. So that is why we have different themes. The link has already been shared with each of you. So kindly browse through these links and make the most of these competitions. Of course, all these competitions will be open to you till July 24th, and July 25th, we will announce the winners, and the winners will be contacted through email. So in whichever competition you are participating, kindly see that you are sending your name, your program name, your enrollment number, the batch that you are from, and your email ID. In fact, your email ID is most important to us. So thank you very much, dear students, for joining in. And I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you very much.